Oh, wrong one. Already starting off well. There it is. Hi, hello. Welcome to my second ever Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth Gamer. Oh, I'm not ready. I don't have my lights on. I don't have my screen up. What am I doing? What am I doing? So not ready. Hold on, let me just double check that I sound okay. Sorry about any double. Hello, hello. Nope. Fuck, and then I spelled coffee? What the fuck? Oh my god. I'll be right back. I need paper towels. Oh, it's off to a great start. Didn't even get to sip the coffee yet before I spilled it. The sad day. Almost ready. Ugh, good start. Man, this is what I get for trying to stream early in the morning. Okay. Now it should be ready. Oh, man. Got coffee. Hi, Nicole. Yahoo for coffee. Have a good drive. And thank you for the good luck. Also, howdy gamer, howdy caddy. Thanks for stopping by. And we ain't winning yet. Still need to get my guide up. Hydrate, you got it. And a stretch. Oh, hold on. Do I have it? Okay, great, fantastic. Take me to Google Docs, please. None of those are the account I need to sign in. It's great. Actually, it is. Okay, sweet. Real life bad luck siphoning the bad RNG away from the run. God, we can hope. Okay. I've got my guide up. Audio should sound good. And I need to do a stretch. Stretch because we're gonna be here for a hot second. So yeah, today is the last day to submit a run to AGDQ 2025, so let's do a run, shall we? Let's do a run and see what we can do for good commentary and everything while I'm doing it. Yeah, it's been a busy past few days trying to get the early game increased, because if you haven't seen it, about a month ago, jeez, it's already been a month, TJ did another run and already is 20 minutes faster than my single run that I did. So still a lot of improvements to be done. I should hopefully get a PB in this one, because because I should be a little bit more practiced. We'll see. And also because we've tweaked the early game up to chapter 8 is as far as I got for making changes, and we made quite a few, so hope I can show that off. Okay. I think I have everything ready to go. And let's actually just double check. When is the start? Is it on autosave? Okay, it's on autosave. Duly noted. It's been a while since I've started a run. Oh, and just to be immediately careful, yeah, let's plonk it saved on my test file. Shoot, I didn't mean to leave the whole game. God. Dang it. It's going great. Alright. I think everything's good to go. Brightness seemed good on stream. Yeah, brightness seems good on stream. I don't know why, but I have a device that should feasibly make all my screens look identical. Like, I just set the brightness and then it'll do a calibration to adjust what basically apply a color filter to each monitor, and they are not the same. They are absolutely not the same. It's very frustrating. But yeah, should be good to go. All right. Let's do a quick intro and then we can get to it. Okay. And also just to check, okay. Timer is working. For some reason, like I had the toggle on for global hotkeys so I could, you know, do live split while doing the run. And it just wasn't working yesterday. So I had to put a toggle global hotkeys button on, even though it was already checked, but I had to do a button and then I had to press the button in order for it to be global. Very strange. It never had me do that before. Okay. Sip of coffee and then let's go. Because we got a long run to do. Oh, hello and welcome to Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. This is the latest game in the Yakuza franchise. And, hoo boy, it is a doozy. It is not the longest Yakuza speedrun, but it is a close second. we got a long one on our hands, and we got a lot of interesting strategies. This will be my second run of it, but that doesn't take into account the, like 3.5 months of research that I've done, and then also a full 3+ months from another runner, TJ, who is the current world record holder. So we've put a ton of time into this game, but not so many runs, but that will change in due time, and that'll change starting today with my second run, because we've made a lot of improvements to the first half of this speedrun since I last ran this a couple months back, and I'm excited to show it off. Yeah, it is. It is shorter than Yakuza 5. Yakuza 5 is also recorded in real time, and TJ was able to get it just under what Yakuza 5 is, which is very impressive. But also welcome on in, folks, and let's get this run started, shall we? Because we've got a long time. This run is about 6 hours once I'm well practiced. So I'm expecting about 6 hours and 15 minutes or so, roughly, for today. But I'm expecting a solid PB because there's a lot of improvements in the early game. So let's get started. And time starts on the autosave confirm. So 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, this is Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Starting off a little bit after the events of Yakuza 7. Yakuza Like a Dragon, because the naming convention of this franchise is surely something. And we're starting off with our boy Ichi, who's on top of the world. Well, on top of the regular, having a fairly normal life. He's got a job now, working at Hello Work, helping reacclimate Yakuza members into society after the events of Yakuza 7, where the 2 major Yakuza clans have now disbanded. So those Yakuza have someplace to go, or gotta have someplace to go. And this guy really wanted to convince Ichi the Yakuza way by giving us a brief tutorial on how to fight. We got our basics pretty similar to Yakuza 7, except for that now we have some additional effects. We have knockbacks like that, where if they get knocked into a wall or into an enemy, it'll do extra damage. And we can now move our characters before they attack, which is, God, is a much needed outcome or a much needed upgrade. Because there was some effects in Yakuza 7 where it's just like, oh, you kind of need them to line up and stuff, but you really just kind of had to get lucky where your characters were standing and where the enemies were standing. But now you can make some adjustments on your own, and it's quite nice. You'll be seeing me do that in quite a few fights in the early game, where our options are fairly limited, where we've got to try and line up our stuff fast so that we can get some extra damage on multiple enemies and such. Hello, Hamako. And now we're introduced to our personality traits. They're also back from Yakuza 7. We are actually going to be doing a lot of investment into personality traits. My route currently needs 3 personality traits to be increased. My route needs style level 4, intellect level 5, and confidence level 5. TJ, the other primary runner, does not need the confidence to level 5. But that is a difference in our routes that I'm sure as we get more information, we'll be able to unify into a single route. But right now, I like having the confidence. And now we get our lovely tutorial on how to do weapon attacks. Want to make sure to not hit the guy Isobe. Oh, nice stun though. Because Isobe cannot be defeated yet. The other guys can. But oh, wow, instant stun relief. But Isobe cannot be defeated until that dialogue box. Goodbye. And now it's time for a real Yakuza game, aka we need to go get sidetracked. Which we start this speedrun off with one of the best mini games of all time. Not mini games, but actual games. We got Shogi, which let me we are going to be doing all 10 puzzle shogis and then a little secret at the very end. This will allow us to be able to purchase 3 books to increase our intellect on top of the fact of on top of the fact that it is going to allow us to purchase a mid-game weapon for the very, very beginning of the run. That weapon is not useful on any class we're going to be using in the run, but it does sell for a lot of money. And that money is going to be incredibly helpful. This, don't promote. But all these shogi solutions are identical in the puzzles, or they're not randomized, so that's all we have to do is follow the solutions. And we are doing takebacks off every single time because it gets us a little bit of extra points, and we need those extra points so that we can purchase everything that we want to from the shop. Halfway done, but now we're getting to the puzzles that take 2 turns to complete. a few more puzzles to go, and then we get off to the actual run. But yeah, this run had quite the interesting turn of events happen. So I was working on a route for like 3 months, like starting in April, and then like a few weeks before I was going to be ready to do my first runs, another runner, TJ Blakely, just showed up out of nowhere. I don't think any of us had any idea that they were working on a speedrun of this, and they just came out and just dropped the time, or the record at the time, by almost an hour. Just incredible stuff. So then I had to very quickly scramble to implement many of the changes that they made, which were very good. This guy always likes to think a bit. And then 1 week before I was about to do my run, we found this upcoming glitch, which we're only gonna make use of in Puzzle Shogi 10. Because we're going to succeed, and we're not going to confirm it. If we succeed and do not confirm, the game does not think that we fully finished the 10th puzzle shogi. This allows us to farm an extra 4,000 shogi points per puzzle shogi, which is a whole lot. God dang it, I don't have time to deal with bots while I'm doing the speedrun. But yeah, so long as we do not confirm, we get an extra 4,000 points, and we're going to do one more, and we do have to confirm the final one. We do have to confirm the final one because it will only fully count us as completing Shogi 10 if we do the confirmation. Which we're going to do here because it gives us a lot of intellect for beating Puzzle Shogi 10. And then we exchange our points for the revolver, 2 chunks, and 3 Professor Mutants. And you're going to quickly see why we get that Desperado's revolver. Because we're instantly going to go sell it. Because you'll see my money in just a sec. First, we got Ichi Loves Baseball. To survive. Ichi Loves Baseball, but yeah, you can see we have 344,000 yen at the very beginning of this speedrun. Super helpful. And we got baseballs because Ichi's a big baseball fan, and also because you're gonna see that the first half of this speedrun, our primary damage source is not going to be our character's abilities. It is going to be items. Now Ichi's getting ready for a date, hoping for Nanba and Adachi. To give him some assistance, and we're going to be choosing our specific personality choices so that we can get as much into the proper personality traits that I mentioned before as we can. And now that we're right here and we have money, we're going to get one quick piece of equipment. Get some value pack insoles to increase our agility. because agility is going to be crucial for this entire run, and there are very few sources of it. The majority of the shoe armor in this game does not increase agility at all. So we are going to very carefully manage all of our agilities for this, and this is a first option. This is first option. Ichi's having a good date. Second option. And there's going to be a lot of sequences in this speedrun where there's, for whatever reason, we cannot cutscene skip until certain moments. And now these guys are interrupting our date very rudely, and we're hoping that we're going to be able to do a quick... Oh, this might be perfect. Don't break that barrel. Because now that they're both on the ground... Oh no, Psycho went fast. Shoot. Oh. Even with the increased agility, it's not a guarantee. That's better though. That's what we were hoping to do with Ichi's first turn. Is that with both of them grouped up and low on HP, grab that barrel for a very quick kill. But Psycho actually outsped, because in this game with agility, it kind of converts your agility into a wait time variable. And that wait time is partially randomized. It takes your agility into effect, but then also adds a bit of RNG to it. So even if we are 5 agility faster than one of our allies, that does not guarantee that they are going to go first. In the early game, it takes about 10 agility to be a 100% guarantee that one of our allies is going to go ahead of the other. And now we're 1 year later. That date didn't go so hot for Ichi, unfortunately. And now, as we're finding out, Ichi also got fired. It's a bad week for Ichi. Ichi's been doing everything he can to help out the Yakuza to get them back on their feet now that the official organizations are closed out. And his reward is that he basically got blackmailed, and it's not great. But yeah, agility is going to be everything for us, and you're going to see very soon why we use the items. This fight is normally a colossal pain in the butt that actually can take us out. Not very much anymore. This is where we're going to be relying on lineups. Good, nice 3 hit to start. We're going to be perfect guarding only at like the final hits so that Ichi... Ah, dang it, didn't get him, but that's okay. Regular attacks can take out these guys. And then Asakura also loves baseball. It's a good fight. Yeah, those lineups are crucial, and perfect guards have a little bit of hit stop in this game compared to the other one. So like as much as possible, it's like only like 0.1 seconds or 0.2 seconds, but every single one of those is going to count. So as much as possible, we're going to actually let them just do extra damage to us. I perfect guarded on the final hits there so that the enemies, so Ichi didn't get knocked back. That means the enemies don't have to run as far to get to Ichi. It does save time to perfect guard the last hits there. But yeah, there's going to be many fights. I probably am going to perfect guard more than I need to. But that's just me being safe and also making sure my reflexes are on point. Shoot. I did mess up one thing. This is not the worst backup in the world, but I did mess up right away. I was too busy thinking about what I was going to say. So we're going to take a little 30-second time loss or so, because what I needed to do before heading downstairs was I needed to go to this box. And put those baseballs away. I apologize about that, because that is important. We can only hold 5 baseballs in our inventory at any one time, but to avoid getting unnecessary trips, we have to run past the pawn shop again. So we might as well, before we head in, drop off our baseballs so that we can store 4 baseballs for later. That is also very strange. That usually would not trigger a fight from that far away. That's actually interesting. But we can adjust our ability to run away fairly easy in this game, at least. Restock our baseballs and progress onto the story. There we can do, luckily in this game, we can save and quit, and then, or save and load to get rid of any enemy spawns that we don't particularly like. Or we can run away and we can line up Ichi to run away quickly. Now Ichi's back on hero, back on his business. Gonna break some bats. Didn't mean to break that piece of... didn't mean to break that sign. I actually was hoping that that would stay alive so that Adachi could use it as a weapon attack. Oh, wow. Because Adachi at this point in time does not have any damaging abilities. That is the first time I've actually seen a fear from that ability. We changed job classes and got new allies, so we need some immediate equipment. Get new equipment for all 3 of our party members and get a health ring for Ichi. Yeah, that's what I'm doing currently, Yeti. I'm doing a quick run for submission to GDQ. So now we progress the story. Gotta do a little party chat. And then head on out. Because something strange is happening in the neighborhood. And the neighborhood being the Seiryu clan, the old Yakuza of Ijincho. Something strange happening over there. We can't get in the front, so we're gonna get in through the back. But first, we're gonna deposit a good chunk of money. We don't need all that money in the beginning. We kind of used up all what we're gonna really need for the opening part of this speedrun. And there will be a point in time where it is going to be taken away from us, and during that period of time, we need it. Actually used one too many pyro belches with Nanba in that previous fight, so that we're actually going to be not having enough MP for what I want to do on the first fight coming up shortly. But that'll be okay. We had to grease the wheels of the chief by giving him some sake. Yeah, that plus a minute and a half was mostly just me. Me forgetting to store the baseballs for the future. But our way to get into the Seiryu HQ without them noticing us is going to be through the sewers. We used to pick up a few things in this set piece, but we really only get like one thing now in this entire set piece. So we're mostly just going to be running from fight to fight. And we're already going to be very underleveled. This opening fight, these enemies are already going to be much faster than us. This first enemy always goes first, always hits Ichi. We're hoping that should be good. Ah, he didn't go down to that. That's unfortunate. Oh, I should have baseballed. That was a foolish move on my part. Because that guy is weak to gun because for whatever reason, baseballs count as gun damage. I guess projectile, but it sure isn't a gun. But now that we're done with that, we're actually going to have Nanba steal the insoles because we want Nanba going first for the next few fights. Or for almost all the fights for the rest of this entire set piece. Because with everything, with these enemies lined up right there, it's a nice guarantee so long as Nanba goes first. Again, we are not at full guarantee range. Nanba and Ichi basically have the identical agility, but it is high odds with them, with the value pack insoles being +5 agility. So we took a little bit of an odd route there so that we could have Ichi over by these barrels for the beginning of this fight. Because we need to weapon attack this guy. I'm not sure I'm going to get the knockback. Ah, I didn't get the knockback. Dang it. He moved too far away from the edge. Normally, the knockback will actually make it so that he gets taken down right away. Or dies to status like that. But unfortunately, he did step away from the side wall, so I didn't get the knockback damage. This one we start as early as possible. This one can be a bit annoying. Oh wow, they both outsped, and Nanba didn't go first. That is very bad. This is awkward. Oh, and because I please hit both. Okay, good. It's not the worst. Not a great start. This guy has a lot of HP. He's not a guaranteed kill. It is an odds kill. But luckily, they lined up for Nanba to close this out. Not the worst. Not the worst, but not the best. Normally, what's supposed to happen there is that Nanba will outspeed. Is that Nanba will outspeed and the enemies will kind of like group up for him if I delay slightly. But for whatever reason, Nanba went very slow. I don't think I went far enough to the left. I did! Haha! This is why we want Nanba going first. Namba's got a much larger area of effect than Ichi's bat. So we have the potential to one-shot many of the fights here. And also, if you are not aware, the Yakuza franchise's music is fantastic. This song slaps. Oh, that run-in. That usually never happens. That's an insta-kill. Oh, I've never seen you survive a hit before. That would have been an insta-kill. I've never seen that guy run into the rest of the party. Okay, that's a backup that's successful. I didn't know that was a damage range that one of them could survive. That was good fights. Yeah, Nanba going first is huge for these fights. Get a level up there. We do get full HP MP refills whenever we level up, so we do account for that in these early chapters. but we do not get them for job level ups. That's a change from the previous game. Oh, there's no good lineup. Oh, man. Oh, I was trying to find a good lineup, and I just wasted so much time. Usually the back group likes to stick closer together for better lineups, but that was just very unfortunate that they just did not. Nice back attack crit. Oh, get with the TV! At least it was a fast finish. Now the one item that we are going to grab here, we're going to grab the incendiary grenade. Items are very, very powerful for this speedrun. And I used to, this makes a couple fights rather dangerous in the future. I used to grab a safe key and grab a piece of equipment. But nope, we don't need any of it anymore. It makes one fight in particular quite scary looking if something goes wrong. But it's manageable. This guy is guarding, which is a new mechanic for the enemies, and the only way to get rid of it is to use a grapple attack or a back attack. And breaking their guard with that type of attack actually does speed things up, or it does do extra damage, which is very nice. Oh, I don't think I got the... Oh, I did get the knockback because he teleported. Sometimes in this game, enemies and allies will teleport to make their attack animations and stuff line up, and it sometimes really messes with us. And you're going to see a lot of this happening during lots of boss fights. There's a mid-fight QTE. The majority of them we are going to succeed at. Okay, targeting system is still rough. Ah, that won't hit 3. Or maybe it will hit Quacky? Nice! Oh, because I didn't get the... Dang it. I shouldn't have done that. I should have finished off enemies. Ah, that was foolish. Oh, come on. Don't run forward. Oh! Oh! Namba can hit behind him, apparently. That works. Yeah, the game is not quite as kind to us. With giving us free HP and MP refills with job. With job level increases. But for the most part, it's not as critical as it was in Yakuza 7. Where there are many set pieces and stuff like that that would not go nearly as smoothly if we didn't get as many upgrades. But we stored those baseballs, and now we're going to get them back because we used up 4 in that set piece. Oh, what am I doing? I don't need to run down the stairs. I can just go straight to Chinatown. Ha! I'm a bit out of practice. And one quick thing that we're going to change in this chapter, we don't have too much that we've changed since I last ran this. We are going to stop here. We need to despawn those enemies up ahead because they always spawn there. But while we're doing that, we are going to grab a coffee. That coffee is going to come into play 5 chapters from now. I need to adjust where my notes are. That's definitely not making things easy when my notes are not clearly in view. But we're mostly doing story here, finding out that Sawashiro, previously of fame from the previous game, is working with the new Seiryu clan. The Seiryu clan has been bolstering in numbers very rapidly, which is slightly concerning. And Sawashiro is sending us off to Hawaii, because it turns out that Ichi's mom is actually still alive and living in Hawaii, apparently. But first, we're going to grab those. We're going to get a lot of intellect. Ichi is going to steal the insoles back. And head on out. Ichi's going to say hi to Arakawa Sr. before he heads out to Japan. Because, yeah, it turns out Ichi's mom's alive in Japan, and she has some connections to things going on. And now we need to get introduced to the Tsuji decks. Oh. I wanted to knock back, because if you can get a little bit of knockback damage, you can skip Adachi's turn in this fight. But it's not the longest turn in the world. Just getting a little smack. And actually, what we did when we did those little bit of menuing is we did purchase a couple of rocket launchers. Those were normally not something we got until we found that shogi glitch, but now we have plenty of money, so we just flat out go and buy a couple of rocket launchers that we're going to make great use of in this chapter. Because we've entered Hawaii, we have our money deposited, so we don't have too much on hand, but this chapter and the upcoming is pretty on rails. There's not a whole lot we can do to like speed things up or otherwise. And we are instantly greeted by a crooked cabbie trying to steal our money in Hawaii. It's going great for Ichi. Are we gonna get the knockback? Nice, that's perfect. Because when we get the knockback damage, we have enough with just the baseball. Close out the fight. We would have had to do an extra attack if we did not get the knockback. It's a very strange cabbie, though. Kind of seems familiar from maybe some of like the promotional materials for the game. I don't know. I don't think we'll see them often. But now we get to our first bathroom break. This segment here is not skippable. So this would be in a GDQ environment, a good time to read stuff off. Or for me to take a bathroom break nice and early. There's a few instances where we have like built-in bathroom breaks in the run. There's one coming up in like another 20 minutes or so. There's one coming up at like around the 2-hour mark. And then one at like the 2-hour 45-minute mark. Like our built-in bathroom break times. So we have a few instances where we can actively, and it runs so long, take some time to just read some stuff out without any distractions, as well as for me to take a quick break and run to the bathroom and such, because it's a long one. Yeah, that cabbie will never see him again. He's not a silly little guy or nothing. Our bathroom break is over. And Ichi's getting to Hawaii, even though he was already held at gunpoint when he was here for just a few minutes. Ichi's a good guy. Talking with AG, the man in the wheelchair. Helping him out, and AG's been helping Ichi out as well. And then saw some people who lost some stuff in the water. And even going out of his way to go get it. What a kind man, that Ichiban. And again, he's greeted with his kindness is greeted with more lowlifes. Because this is the life of Ichi. I used to use one of those rockets that I got. This is unfortunate. This guy takes a little money from us, which is annoying. Oh, I didn't actually take the money. Nice. Nice lineup, though. I used to use a rocket there to try and end that fight immediately, but it's not consistent because AG takes a turn.
Aloha. Thank you.
Oh, I need to buy one of those.
Aloha. Thank you.
Because AG takes his sweet time cheering on Ichi, giving him a little buff, but that gives the enemies time to move. So it's luck if we're able to take them all out with the rocket. So instead we save it for a future fight. Which is also very inconsistent fight. But you give some, you take some, you lose some. It's just unfortunate all the way around. There's some fights in this early game that are just so difficult to deal with. To deal with in a timely manner, I'll say. They're very manageable fights. It's just whether they're manageable speedily. Another little bathroom break as EG has a nice chat with AG. Even showing him, it's just like, yeah, my Yakuza stories are legit. I do have a bullet wound in my chest. Yeah, as we're going to find out, that cabbie we were getting held up by was working with a Yakuza that ran away many years ago off to Hawaii and has been doing just no good things here in Hawaii. And surely they're not going to make an appearance very soon and make an appearance like 5 other times in the future. We're going to see them a lot. And the character's great. I actually is one of my favorite characters from this game. Okay. Made it back to an apartment. We're nice and safe here. Surely no one will knock on our door. Oh no, our door's been knocked on. And this is hopefully going to be a very speedy fight because this fight, because we don't have any armor yet, can actually be dangerous if something goes wrong. Such as that. That guy's not supposed to go first. Also, that's bad. Okay. We should be fine. That grenade is supposed to hit everyone because if... That grenade is supposed to hit anyone. But because this game said Ichi's too close to people, it teleported him to a different corner of the room and ruined my AoE. So I had to do another attack. But now we have to perfect guard because we can only basically take one attack because I don't have any armor yet. This fight's dangerous even with 1 bit of armor. It's very safe with our current strats, 1 bit of armor, but now I don't have any armor, so we just have to perfect guard this 1 attack that he gets because he's only gonna get 1. Because we still have items left to use. We still got a baseball. Yamai likes baseball, probably. Okay, that's bad. Yeah, I have to perfect guard these. That hit hurts. Ugh. This is why we can basically only take one hit. And now Yamai's done. Because Yamai really hates the cold. But it is only until much, much later in the run that he actually gains any resistance to fire damage. So he's fully effective. He still takes full damage from rockets. And after the cutscene, we are already done. That's all we gotta do is finish them off. I was expecting this chapter to be a little bit slower. We're buying the coffee. I've just been a little slow on the mark anyway. Just getting back into the swing of the run. Slow with my menuing and such, as well as the one fight that we do take slower in the second Hawaii fight. So that little bit of time loss is expected. We'll hopefully save that up in this chapter. But now Ichi found out where his mom was, went to her home, found it completely empty except for a house maid cleaning things up, and Ichi, being the kind, trusting person he is, got drugged, got all of his stuff taken, and he was left out naked on a beach and got arrested. Classic Yakuza game. And this is why we went and deposited our money beforehand. Because otherwise we would lose that 300,000 yen for this chapter.
There he is. Get him.
And this chapter isn't where we need it all. It's the next chapter where we're basically going to be using all 3,000 of that money. And we do not get that money that she stole back from us until the beginning of chapter 5. So we would have a terrible time if we didn't have any of that money. But now we're introduced to a character I've never seen him before. You know this guy? I thought I saw him in like Yakuza 6 or something once. Seems like an odd choice to bring back in the game. Also, I thought his name was Taichi Suzuki. You think you know a franchise. But this brand new person has a complete different moveset than anyone else in the game. And that he has 3 different stances that he has access to. Okay, game, I'm gonna need you to pick your targets. Oh my god, this is like the worst fight. I am not getting any good knockbacks. He has rush mode that does extra, or gets an extra attack. He has brawler, which is just a very good damage. And then he also has beast, which breaks guards with basic attack and also is very strong in general.
Let's see you try.
Also, if Kiryu is in proximity, he can do extra damage and change up the attack. I actually do need to guard some of these hits. This is very, very rough. But yeah, if you break guard with an attack, it does more damage. This is like the worst fight I've ever had. None of the enemies were lining up for knockbacks. And because the enemies were moving slightly, it's awful. But now, instead of getting the piece of armor in chapter 1, that's the piece of armor that I'm going to get onto Ichi. We also need 10 total chest armor pieces throughout the totality of this run. So that will be our first one. And now we're introduced to our new bar location.
Aloha.
Revolve Bar rather than Survive Bar in Yokohama. And we're in a whole brand new location. And this location is very large. Hawaii is very spread out compared to the way Ijincho is, where kind of anything's within a very quick distance of any taxi. Hawaii has lots and lots more open space. So we need a way to traverse that open space much faster. And may I introduce you to Street Surfer, the fastest movement in the West. We're going so fast. And people already hate that we're riding a Segway, so they attack us. Those ones I do want to perfect guard because I do actually need to maintain some HP from this fight. We'll use our last baseballs here. Both these enemies have a lot of HP, but they're both weak to gun damage. But now we have access to the Segway whenever we want it, and we're going to use it right away and almost constantly. We're going to be using this basically whenever we have a chance to, because it moves about 50% faster than running. And I used to go grab some extra grenades right away, but instead we're going to go straight in with the story. Oh, hey, that guy's back. And hopefully Ichi will outspeed. It's not common. Oh my god, he outsped. Beautiful. Perfect fight. That fight, if Ichi does not outspeed, is awful. And that enemy can also guard, and if guard happens, he takes half damage. So that is a low odds chance, but we'll take it. That is fantastic. Okay. But now that Crooked Cabbie is now our party member, and Tomizawa is a great guy. And now I've changed up what fortunes I grab, because those two are actually the only two that I'm going to grab right now. We are actually going to get, I think it's 40 points of we are going to get 40 points worth of fortune over the course of this chapter and the next, so that we can get a amulet that increases our money by 15%, which is very, very important. We have a lot of extra money from what we did to get the revolver early, but we still need as much money as possible for all of this, for the entire duration of this speedrun. So as early as possible, we get access to increase the money generation. We take it. But now we're introduced to our first and only chase sequence, this time with QTEs. We'll see a few other chase sequences, but they're not QTE based. This one, the answer is always consistent. chasing down a pickpocket that stole someone's purse. We're splitting them up, heading off at the pass. Get him, Tommy! Oh, you almost had him. Almost got him. Luckily, I don't have to hold any direction here, but if I don't hold any direction... Oop. Oh, he didn't bounce off the tree. Also, here comes Ichi. Oh, that's a good tackle. It's a well-practiced tackle. But as we find out from Tomizawa, it is not safe to be a pickpocket, especially at night here. Because there is not Yakuza, but Hawaii's very own criminal group in the Barracudas. And we do find that pickpocket slightly deceased. Slightly deceased. Very sorry about that. Now we have to run forward for Bond Bingo. Our new way to get Bond points with party members, and we're going to make use of that a lot. Because in order for us to get all the job classes that we want, we're going to need quite a few Bond points with many of our allies. Mostly Tomizawa and Nanba are going to be... we're going to get quite a few of their Bond bingos. And now we're trying to track down the person that stole Ichi's stuff. Her name was Chitose. This guy said I have a Chitose that I know. And this Chitose is our first pound mate, our summons. Oh, that is awful. Please hit multiple this time. Thank you very much. Perfect. That fight is pure RNG. The early pound mates act as an additional ally. And they have their own turns after Ichi. Many other late pound mates do work like in Like a Dragon, where they are just cutscenes for damage. No, I thought I had enough space. Thank you very much. I actually am going to have to heal this. I thought I had enough save. I should be safe and just save load because it does not take long. Well, we're going on our way to a pawn shop. We're getting a few things here. Get all of our money back. Get some new boots.
Aloha.
Buy lots of grenades. Gear, Ichi optimize, and I'm actually gonna have Ichi heal. Then we progress. And we are going to be using those grenades for a very long time. I used to get that fortune on the ground. I don't do that anymore. We just drive straight to our second bathroom break. Because this game, basically, it has Can Quest still in Japan, but we have our different version of it. We got our crazy delivery in Hawaii. Deliver some meals to people. And with this, there is no way for us to skip this. We have a 3-minute break. I used to have it routed in very briefly because you can get some shoes with the points that you get from Crazy Delivery that have 10 agility, which is very, very useful. But that was when we didn't have any money. Now that we have money, we can just buy shoes that have 10 agility in the next chapter, which is just faster and easier. But the reason that it is slower for us to do Crazy Delivery is because it's just like, it's 3 minutes. You have to wait. Surely you can do it. Everything you need to do in this Crazy Delivery within 3 minutes. And the answer is yes, but within the timer of 3 minutes, not the real time. Because every single time we do a delivery, it pauses that timer. I had it routed out so I would end with like 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the timer, which is very nice and speedy. It's 45 seconds slow than just waiting. Because that that timer pauses every time we make a delivery, and I break and like do the fastest animation while that timer is paused. It still loses a good amount of time. So no matter how good we are, it's just not fast enough for us to really make it worthwhile for us to do this. In fact, every dollar we get actually makes a bar fill up at the very end, so it is slower to even grab anything. Hurry up, I am. Does it not look like I'm hurrying up? But yeah, what we used to do is we used to do this because this is nice and fast and you just, gain stuff like that. Yeah. We used to just wheelie across everywhere and break right before handing in an item into a delivery. Because Ichi has like a whole skidding animation if he stops while he's going super fast. But if you break a little bit beforehand, you can just get him to stop instantly and hand over the delivery right away. But even with it managed very well, still 45 seconds slower. Not worth it. Yeah, we're waiting as fast as we can. Who did it? What do you mean failure? It actually does not matter in the slightest what we do there. The whole thing is that we're trying to get a little money to buy some information from the guy who told us about Chitose, to tell us about the real Chitose. So we do an odd job to get 30 bucks, and we don't have to do anything and we still get the 30 bucks. So, gosh, I'm still getting used to how best to hop back onto the Street Surfer. There goes our 30 bucks. This guy's a very cheap information broker. 30 bucks and he just hands away where someone is. What is with these enemy spawns? Now we're just making our way over here. And this is why we get the Street Surfer immediately. Because all this, we would just have to run. It would be so slow. Now we're making our way over to the person that is supposed to now know where Chitose is. Or actually, no, sorry. We know where Chitose is. She's in District 5, which is the Barracuda's hideout. We need someone to get us in, so the Barracudas have some cops bought out. So we're going to say hi to that cop, and he doesn't like us asking questions. Luckily, this cop is weak to flashbang grenades. And luckily, he's also susceptible to paralyze because this guy has guns that he uses against us, and those guns hurt a lot. We have exactly one t-shirt on Ichi. Tomi comes with some defenses on his own, but Ichi has a t-shirt right now. He's not very defensively inclined. So getting a paralysis is nice. It's not a guarantee that he doesn't do a turn, but it is like a 50-50. So very nice, he didn't get a turn. We got the status effect so that the fight is over after this. Actually, we didn't even need the status effect damage. We just got enough high rolls that we didn't need it. As we found out from doing research, that the damage rolls in this game are a plus or minus 5%. Each of those grenades does 150. So 150 plus or minus the 5%. And then weaknesses. Weaknesses are very important to talk about. Weaknesses in this game are like Pokemon weaknesses. They are just flat increases or flat percentage increases and decreases. If you are resistant to an element, you take half damage from it. If you are weak to it, that element, you take 50% more. Except, as we found out, in the case of physical weaknesses, and physical and elemental weaknesses, because an enemy can have both. And they can stack up for us. And if you're doing a physical attack, the physical weakness is 50%. But the elemental weakness is actually only 25%. So if you stack them together, you get 1.5 times 1.25. But we're doing one of our first optional fights. We are eventually going to desperately need a lot of XP. I'm hoping that hits that enemy on the side. It did not. That's okay. Just a little slow. We are going to need a lot of XP later on, and these guys drop an ankle weight, which decreases MP, but increases our XP by 20%. That's going to be crucial coming up later because because we are already going to be underleveled for everything that the game is going to ask for us in this chapter. And that is going to only increase as time goes on. And this game has a lot more punishment mechanisms. This game has a lot more punishment mechanisms for having lower level than in the previous games. So we're going to maintain a certain amount of level behind the enemies. Because if we are further, it applies a debuff to us. Our first turn will be drastically slowed down, so the enemies will outspeed us, which is terrifying in some fights. And now for actually a change that happened recently, thanks to TJ, is we're gonna take one brief detour over to here.
Aloha.
Get one intoxication bomb, and then actually right here is a fortune that's +4. We're going to be picking up the rest of the fortunes that we need in this chapter. There's also a nice collection of 2 fortunes down this path. We can get a +3. Oh, come on, Ichi. And a +4. And then we're going to make our way over to the mall where we need to go. And on the path there, we got some more shopping and stuff to do. We got another Tony Bond. Find out he loves cake. Big cake fan. Make our way up the escalators in the Street Surfer. Always a smooth experience. And actually get off early. Grab that fortune. Head to here. Buy more rockets and hallucinogenic bombs. Head back out. Get our speedy shoes, finally. Onto Ichi and Kiryu. Get one more fortune right there. Head on to the objective. And as we just got a phone call, that we found out that Sujimon Sensei made his way over to Hawaii. And you can tell he's on vacation because he's just big chillin' vibes. But this is our tutorial into the Sujimon battles. An actual pretty fun little minigame side quest. Where you get a team of 3 together and you battle it up out against the enemies. It's actually a lot of fun to do. I did all this very early in my casual playthrough. A lot of fun. And we are absolutely forced to do it though for the speedrun. And it is 100% consistent. We just attack with the middle 2 times in a row. God dang, those bots. Those bots are on the rise again. Now we have enough MP gauge charged up on the right. And a fancy thing is that if you just mash X, it just lands on a high stand. We don't need it to be high damage, but you know, we'll take it. Goodbye. And we did it. Good job, team. And now the most baffling decision. I have no idea why. This next sequence is not cutscene skippable at all. So we just have to mash it out. And if you are ever... hold on. Hold that thought. We have to pick our starter. Squirtle fans, rise up. Or water type fans, rise up. For some reason, water type is not weak to water. Ah, low damage roll. Plus or minus 5%. Hurt us, baby. But yeah, for the Yakuza franchise, for whatever reason, if you hold R1, it instant completes text. It's never told you anywhere, but it is incredibly crucial. Also, we have to throw our Pokeball. We give it with a lot of love and affection, as you can see. We just toss it on the ground in front of him. And he loved it. This game's silly. But yeah, we don't have to do anything for that first catch. We don't have to mash or anything, so we just save our thumbs. Now we have a big run. So we first go to here. Need to buy a bunch of equipment for the big set piece coming up because, oh boy, there's a lot that we got to do. Swing over to here, get another Tomy Bond. Also, you're gonna hear the same dialogue a lot as we're riding through this area. There's only so many voice lines that they used. And you're gonna hear a lot of them, and you're gonna hear a lot of them doubled up every now and again. It's very silly. But now an actual change that I'm doing that I just implemented. Please get out of the way. I don't want to have to change route. Thank you. is that we're going to head up and grab the orphanage taxi nice and early. And just scoot through the trolley station there. Swing on out past the tree and then back. That gets us a taxi that we're going to use in the next chapter. Use a couple times in the next chapter, but get that nice and early. And we want to go buy even more powerful grenades because yes, those grenades that we've been using have been powerful. They're not powerful enough. Dang it. We need stronger power. Swing on down to here to get the Night Street taxi. Get the Lantern Street taxi for the future. Gonna be using that one quite a bit. Swing on over to here. Get the Lotus Street taxi. Oh, I had to be careful about swinging too far out. That symbol above the enemy is how powerful they are. That means they're like 15 levels above us. They would destroy us immediately if we wanted to fight them. Get that taxi. And we're at the end of our big trip. We get one more fortune.
Aloha.
Bye.
Thank you for
Buy all that stuff. Out to East Aloha. Huh. Big run, just unlocking a bunch of stuff for the future, and then also just making our way over to that more powerful grenade pawn shop. Very, very helpful. And now we're hungry.
Oh, aloha. Thanks very much.
I said we're hungry, dang it. Something we're going to be doing a lot in this speedrun is getting meal buffs. They last a certain amount of fights. Oh. Unfortunately, most places will have it so that you can get 3 buffs in one meal. Not that one, unfortunately, so we have to do 2 meals there. Make our way over to a sub-story. That we're going to be using a lot. That sub-story is probably one of the most important in the entire speedrun. Head on up to the shrine because with just one last fortune, which is right here, we have 40. So we're going to buy. We have to do it in order, strangely enough. Not going to equip it quite yet because we got other equipping that we have to do, so we might as well do it then. And our last trip before we go on into the dungeon, into the set piece for this chapter, is we need more grenades. The set piece is very long, has so many fights, that we are going to need a full inventory of stuff. Okay.
Aloha.
Restock.
Thank you very
Gear Ichi, you get the ankle weights. Kiryu, get the health ring. Tomi gets money. Optimize, and not the Raiden. He gets the Happy Lay. Okay, finally, we are ready.
What do you want? Hey, you there.
To enter District 5, where it's already like, hey, you should probably be level 13. We are not. We're not level 13. We are level 10. We're already 3 levels below where we need to be, and this makes our agility buff that we just got 100% necessary. Because it is our only way to really counteract us being so low in level. It's because that agility would be low enough that every single one of the enemies would be faster than us right now. And that would be terrible. But with the agility buff, we do outspeed them. And also welcome to the Barracuda theme song for fights, and it's incredible. Nope. Jose has too much HP, so he gets a volleyball. And we're hoping for... Luckily, what we got the fire on one of those enemies. This guy gets one attack. That guy goes down to the fire. And a baseball. Yeah, we are entering the set piece with 5 baseballs, 5 volleyballs, 5 incendiary grenades, 5 liquid nitrogen, 5 flashbangs, 5 modified incendiaries, 5 modified liquid nitrogens, 5 modified flashbangs, 2 rocket launchers, 5 hallucinogenic bombs, and an intoxication bomb. Ichi is a walking artillery right now. And we're going to be using almost all of those in this set piece. There is so much.
Let's go.
It's unfortunate that that got guarded, but that's okay. That happens. I don't think this is actually going to hit that many. Only 2. That sucks. Shouldn't really need to be guarding these, but I'm going to. Ow. Oh, nice back attack. That's an insta-kill. I don't think I'll kill with this weapon attack, but maybe with the fire too. Maybe? No, that's not gonna kill. Dang it. Should have bat breaker. That guy guarding is like 50-50 for me. And it always stinks when he does, because he has a lot of HP.
I'll sue you.
That's a baseball I didn't mean to waste. I think I have 1 baseball left, and that's okay. Because hopefully, this next fight is skippable. It's not easy to skip. Damn it. Nope. That one is a very difficult fight to skip. I'm gonna have to use my last baseball here. Before that guy gets a turn, because he has a lot of HP. And Kiryu hopefully can get a nice... No! Last second he moved out of the way. Tomoe's not powerful enough to take this guy down in any attack. I could have just done a weapon attack. That is unfortunate. That fight is very difficult to skip. I am not consistent at all with being able to skip it.
I'll help you rest.
Sir, can you back up just a little? Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, our best AoE option is also all those grenades we got, so it's what makes these fights... Oh, I just realized that Tomoe was on 56 HP. That should hit all of them. Good fight. This is a very RNG set piece, depending on how these enemies like to play around. And this fight normally would be incredibly dangerous. These 2 enemies with guns do about like 150 per attack. They are ridiculously strong. And we want nothing to do with them. So I use a rocket launcher on them so that we can take them out and not have to worry about taking 150 damage, because geez, seeing that fight in an earlier route where we did not have all this money to get a bunch of equipment and stuff like that, absolutely terrifying. That fight could very easily just end the run. Now we found a Chitose. She's the one who stole all of our stuff. And she's helping us out a little bit. She's helping us out in the enemy base, which... it's a little dubious why she's here in the first place. She might be a little buddy-buddy with them. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm gonna school.
Hopefully this guy in the front is not guarding. Of course he's guarding. He's always guarding. But if he's guarding, he takes more damage. Takes more damage from a beast guard break. And now we've entered Resident Evil 4. Because this game has a laser hallway. Nope, not that way. Ah! Every single time, I'm just like, you have to go the left path. But it's not that early of a left path. Ah, bad. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
I'll sue you.
Oh, now it's aimed to the left. Oh, okay. Whew. It's very difficult to like try to menu super quickly because we don't have skill shortcuts or anything, which is a major downgrade of this compared to Yakuza 7. Is that we don't have skill shortcuts and we don't have any way to do item shortcuts either, so our menuing has to be very fast, and it is not easy to do all that super quickly. To do all that super quickly and to try to pay attention to where our targets were.
What you looking at?
Because the targeting system can be a bit of a mess sometimes. Hopefully that hit the other guy, but he's guarding. Oh, nice. Didn't matter. I didn't need to attack with Tomi. That should finish. Normally I would have liked the baseball there, but I used an extra baseball. I don't need this heal. Because this upcoming piece is 3 fights back to back. Where we gotta strut our stuff.
Welcome to our impromptu guests. Now let's get this show on the road. First up, we got an all-access look at our newest collection.
And there's only one way our team knows how to strut our stuff.
It's to die for.
No, targeting. Nope. If you hit the guy in the front, you don't hit the other two. Luckily, these guys are very weak. They don't have a lot of HP. Set Kiryu up for Beast for the next fights. Normally, you have to hit right in that fight in order to fire it off to the target on the far right, and then that hits all 5. But for some reason, that time, it started on the left, so I changed it to center. Like I said, it's very difficult to menu fast. One guy is always guarding here. It's either the left or the front. I didn't mean to attack. That's just slow. He's supposed to guard there. Because he was guarding, I wouldn't have any way to really do enough damage with just Ichi. Ichi doesn't have any way to break guards right now. That's why we have Kiryu and Beast. Now we got the main show. And even the announcer's coming down.
Showtime's over, boys and girls. Say your prayers.
That's bad. That should be manageable. think with an attack and the cold damage, that should finish him off. Oh, never mind. Tommy's got some strength. About half the strength of Kiryu right now, but there's some. Nice. Not too bad. I'm not being fast enough on my menu, and these enemies are getting out of position. Very difficult to manage. Those guys stood still for us, though. Very kind of them.
Oh, hold up! Oh, hold up!
Yeah, we got a weapon earlier in this chapter for Chitose, and there's no reason for us to equip it yet because she doesn't need to attack. In fact, we mostly at this point get that weapon just because we need it for personality traits later on. She basically doesn't have to attack anymore. And I've done a lot of adjusting to be like, what grenade is best to use in many of these fights? This fight is the worst. This fight, these enemies love to get out of order because we have to very quickly menu while we're getting poisoned. And that gives the enemies a little bit more time to get out of position. We grab our second ankle weights. We can skip this upcoming fight, hugging the left side, letting the aggro reset a little bit. And now we gotta do a little gear. Ichi, you get the ankle weights. Kiryu needs to be nice and speedy. And Chitose, you get the health ring and an optimize. Heal up from the poison. And we go on forward. Now we're making our way over to the big boss man himself. The big boss of the Barracudas is Danny Trejo. Also, I need you to listen to this music. This music goes so hard. I love this theme so much. But Danny Trejo, Dwight Mendez, is weak to two things. He's weak to ice and he's weak to fire. His allies are also weak to fire. And we have quite a few grenades for him. Is he guarding? I'm gonna need to do a volleyball early. Why did that do 300 damage? Oh, it hit him in the back because he was guarding. Sometimes the turn order in this fight can be awkward. Like, Ichi normally does not get outsped by Dwight. But because it hit him in the back, the volleyball did full damage. So that was very lucky for me. And I got high enough damage rolls that it went straight into the QTE. Normally, it doesn't do that until I do the next attack if I use the volleyball early. Dwight's a little dirty, though. He needs a little cleaning. Need to break his guard. He's going to charge up for his big super strong attack, but he's already done one attack, so unfortunately, he's just not going to get another turn. Goodbye. Yeah, Dwight doesn't really get to play. It's a good set piece overall. But yeah, we use a lot of our resources to just take down Dwight before he can even do anything. But now Chitose's formally in the party. And now we're into chapter 5, which, just like in Yakuza 7, is when the game really opens up in what we can do. But unfortunately, in this game, it opens up in what we can do in ways that we really can't really do too much with. We're going to be unlocking our ability to do a lot of extra stuff that we're going to do later, but we just don't have the personality traits to do it all right now. We got to do our drink links, which our choices are absolutely crucial in the drink links conversations, because we need those specific personality traits. We need the confidence, we need the intellect, and we need the style. Oh, come on, come on. While we're out over nearby this area, really quick, get that bond conversation, and now we need to go to the orphanage, which we already unlocked. So it's going to throw us right into the cutscene. Don't have to do any extra movement or anything. Very convenient for us. And this chapter is unfortunately just kind of like a lot of just running around. We unlock some stuff. We do some bond conversations, but there's like 3 fights for the entirety of the run. Or for the entirety of this chapter. It's mostly just a lot of running around. So this would be another fantastic time. To read stuff off. Running a little bit low on Street Surfer fuel. So we go recharge that while we grab a bunch more future taxis. We do have one more fight. We used 4 modified incendiaries and Dwight. We still have 1 left. Get in there, Kiryu. Now the enemies are starting to have a lot more HP. We are actually never going to go back to the regular grenade shop anymore, which is great because it's really out of the way. It is extremely out of the way. So we never have to go back there. We are going to be getting a lot more modified grenades later on, but not yet. Get another Tomy conversation and progress a sub-story here. This will unlock, now that we're going to go do it. This is going to be unlocking Kazumi, which is our first tier 2 summon, or silver rank summon, I believe. They are incredibly expensive to use at this point in the game. We're not going to be using them at all until chapter 7, but we're going to be using them constantly in the late game. Well, I need 1 meal from Oahu Burger this time for some speed increase.
Thanks.
Yeah, we need to go unlocking because at this point, like the rest of the time we're going to be spending in the chapters, and like the next 3 chapters, none of it's going to be at daytime, which is the time of day that we need for this. That we need for this sub-story. Also love the looped audio. And we needed to summon a windstorm. And we did successfully. It was that easy. So now we have Kazumi formally unlocked. And now we get to unlock something that we are not, again, going to be using right now, but is going to be crucial. We're going to be unlocking the other jobs. And we're unlocking the ability to get other jobs, I should say. And by get jobs, it means we need to watch a cutscene that we can't skip, so I'm gonna go to bed.
あいつサーフィンできんのかな。
いや、どうだろう。あ、来た。
サーフィン、イルカ、海遊び、なんか使えそうな気が。はあ？海が呼んでるぜ。
どうでしたか？アクティビティ体験は。
すごかったよ。楽しかったし、刺激的だった。それに
That cutscene is not very long. Ah. Now, that is not a recommended bathroom break. um,
これぴったりだな。
目移りしちゃうね。
we're only going to be doing one job change early on, and that's actually just changing Ichi back to Freelancer. Freelancer at this point in time because we haven't bought any good weapons.
これだな。うまく取れたぜ。
Because we haven't bought any good weapons, Freelancer is actually stronger than Hero at this point in time, as well as if we get kills with Ichi as the Freelancer class, that gets us confidence, one of the personality traits we need. Let me just do more story. I need to be careful of those mounds. Those mounds on the ground are usually just like a little item or something you can get, or trash that you can clean up to get some points for a certain shop. But sometimes they're enemies, which makes them very annoying, and why I give them a wide berth. And now we get to do what was kind of there a little bit in Yakuza 7, but not too much, but now is kind of more formally. Now we get to do Hawaiian Haunt, which is the randomized dungeon for replayability and experience, but we don't want to do any of it. We want to just get this done as soon as possible. This first floor is 100% consistent. The layout is always the same in this first floor, but the contents of each room are slightly different. But the layout is consistent. There is only so many layouts, but the second floor, I do not know what that layout is. It is very rare, or at least from my experience, it's very rare that it's correct to go the direction of where you start facing. But kind of just go right and pray. Is that it? Hell yeah. Sorry, I need to get better with my language. Getting a fast floor in Hawaiian Haunt is very nice. That was pretty good. We have to do this first tutorial with Hawaiian Haunt. And we also needed to very much make sure we did not get into any fights. We have those 2 agility increase meals active right now, and we do not want to waste them on fights, because we want them for these fights. And we're hoping that they are close enough. Okay, kind of close enough. Can I push you a little bit closer? Thank you. Beautiful. So now we have an extra grenade that we can use for later. Good fight. These enemies are very weak to electric damage. Yeah, we are very much relying on those speed increase meals for us to keep pace with the enemies still. Not so much the next one. We kind of outspeed everyone except for one enemy in the next fight. And that one enemy's turn, it is enough for all of them to separate and to be a colossal pain in the butt. So we get the speed meal for it.
Oh.
And now we just go close out the chapter. It's a pretty speedy chapter. I used to do another sub-story to get an extra money gear early, or in this chapter, but I moved it to the next chapter. Because it only gets us like an extra few $100, which we can manage without. And it's easier to handle in the next chapter. All right, these jerks. We need to use a modified liquid nitrogen in the back there because all those enemies are weak to it. Perfect. And our agility move just lets us outspeed that single enemy. Want that guy out of here. Trying to make sure that I use up some of these weaker ones out of my inventory so they're not messing with my menuing later. Oh, I still have so many volleyballs. Oh, come on, you're paralyzed. I should have guarded that so I didn't have to do anything like that. Okay. I probably shouldn't go out of my way to like use some of these weaker grenades. But I like to because, man, I hate having these things in my inventory when I really don't want to use them. That was a very speedy chapter 5. Again, I took a very long fight out of the chapter, so it's very understandably a very large speed increase in that chapter. But we had to make sure that we maintained at least one one modified grenade for the upcoming for this chapter, because we have one fight before we begin one very long sequence. Now Ichi's trying to find out where his mom is, and he's making it so that he's publicly known he couldn't find his mom. So he's gonna make it so that his mom finds him. And we saved enough just so that we can take down that group of enemies before we do anything. And now it's yeah, it attracts other people's attentions, trying to get everyone who knows where his mom might be together. And by together I mean against him. But now we have a bit of a different game to play. Big Animal Crossing fans? Anyone? Because we have, oh my god, the auto lock on for these bat swings is something special. Yeah, we got Animal Crossing time, and this is mandatory. We have to do as guaranteed. We have to do a mandatory guaranteed first 2 days of Dondoko Island, this game's Animal Crossing. We have to do it. Which unfortunately is all timed in real time. So time does not start until after this sequence here. So we want to get this done as fast as possible, but then we have 2 7.5 minute days, or like 8-ish minute days that we have to do There's no getting around it. We have to do it.
Ah,
So now the timer starts in full. So now we have a lot of time to spend. And we are actually going to spend it actually doing basically everything that it has to offer. Because we have a good amount of money early on from getting that revolver and selling it. But in order to make Chapter 7 go smoothly, we desperately need a lot more money. And by a lot more money, I mean about 10,000 more USD. And we can get that money by getting 1-star rank in Dondoko. Which that means completing the 4 criteria. That means completing, getting enough popularity, getting enough, I forget what the green one is. And getting enough money and clearing out enough stuff to purchase, purchase and clean out 2 plots of land. So we are going to be doing just about everything we can in the first 2 days so that we can get enough of all those criteria to reach 1 star at the very beginning of day 3, which is when the game allows us to go back to the main game. So for the most part, this is a very chill time. We can typically do a lot of... Oh, come on. We can typically do a lot. Or basically, we can do everything that we possibly can do within the first like 6 minutes of the 7.5, 8 minutes that we have. So we're not too rushed in terms of what we got to do. And it's on a pretty... It's just on a timer. So we just do everything we can. We got to go fishing. We got to go hunting bugs. Got to clean up the trash. And also we're doing all these things because in order for us to purchase the 2 plots of land that we need to do, we need enough building talent. And in order to increase building talent, we need to craft things. And in order to craft things, we need materials. We are basically going to need every single possible material we can get our hands on. It's good that I'm getting a lot of silver. So we can stop hunting bugs and like getting picking up the stuff off the beach. We can stop doing that. As soon as we reach the goal for the 700 thumbs up in the top right there. So getting a lot of these silvers gets us an extra 20. Nice. Which means we can stop doing bug catching and fishing and stuff like that early. Because I'm not sure what all is included in the real-time timer of this. Because I think some of like the dialogue boxes and stuff like that are not included in the timer. But I could very well be wrong. Oh, hold on. There's a mushroom. Hey, fruit. Thanks for stopping by. We got a run going. I sure did waste. I sure did waste a minute and a half in chapter 1 because I forgot to store my baseballs. But other than that, it's been going pretty solid. Pretty solid so far. and still getting used to all the changes that I've made. But yeah, this in the context of a marathon run, it's not too much else I really need to talk about while doing this segment. Oh, a jellyfish. So this would just be a great time for taking a break, reading off them sweet, sweet stuff. Oh, come on! Yeah, luckily, like, yeah, we are not on much of a timer. This first day feels like I'm very tight in terms of how much time I have. Second day, not so much. I feel like I can be pretty lenient. That was a very fast jellyfish. Yeah, over the past couple weeks, I've finally gotten the opportunity to look over TJ's new run. TJ is the current world record holder with 20 minutes faster than my current best. Which my current best is also only one run. Excuse me, butterfly. Get in the net! Oh my god. Butterfly's the bane of my existence. Get in the net! But I was only able to, in the 2 weeks time, to like really carefully get chapters 1 through 7 updated. So the late game is still my current strats, and I know TJ does quite a few things differently. So I'm very interested to see what's been improved there. And those are improvements that we will obviously implement in time before the big events happen. Yeah, this run has seen, yeah, a lot of improvements over the duration. The game is still not even a year old, so we haven't had the most amount of time for a game this long to see everything that this game is going to be yet in terms of the speedrun. Yeah, there's so much that we've improved. The first runs were mostly done by Metza. They were very good with the strats that he was able to develop before. Heck, basically started doing runs before I even finished doing the game casually. But yeah, then there was like a 3-month lull after Metza's first runs, where like I was developing runs, and then TJ was, unbeknownst to everyone, doing route development as well. And so like come June of this year, we shaved off an hour from Metza's time. And then as of like a month ago, TJ was able to shave off another 20 minutes, which is just incredible. Incredible stuff that they've been able to find, that I've been able to work on. I found some improvements of my own in researching his run. I'm actually running a little low on time here, and this day ends as soon as nighttime begins. Day 2 technically can end when you want it to, but I want to make sure I get all the materials. I can capture the bugs as a bonus, but I needed to make sure to grab those materials. It's pretty soon the day will end and we'll be forced out of here, and that is everything we can do in one day. Yeah, it'll be great if Peace Caller or PS Caller joins up as well, because they're an excellent Yakuza speedrunner. Very proficient in many of the Yakuza titles, and also very creative with some of the ideas that he develops. So I am interested to see if he ever picks this one up.
今日もよろしくな。
今日も頑張ろうね。
Now we're on to day 2, which is going to look identical to day 1, except we're going to start off with us selling stuff. We only need 74. Yeah, my menuing is so bad. I need a lot more practice at the menu. Yeah, we have enough Doko bucks, so we only need 74,000 in order to do everything that we want. So we have enough money already. So now we gotta focus on getting the likes, the popularity, which we should hopefully get pretty soon. We're already at 660, which is very high for this early on in day 2. Then I say that, and then we don't get squat from all those. But yeah, day 2, we will stop doing all the bug hunting and pickups and everything like that as soon as we reach 700. But we will still get all the materials before we go and craft. Because we do need every ounce of materials we can get. Because sometimes if the game is not kind to us in the distribution, it can be very taxing to get to building talent 10 when we do get to crafting. Yeah. Just gonna be repeating everything that we did in day 1, so nothing too much else to talk about here. And if we end it early, that would be a good bath. I don't have to go to bath right now, but in the future. All right, come on, bugs. Be new. Dang it! Come on. I'm just not gonna get that bug up there. I shouldn't need it. Should hopefully be able to get the rest of the bugs from everything here. Oh, camera, please. Yeah, it's funny, Froob, that you mentioned that you got a questing for glory run that you're doing in like a month. And I'm just like, oh, I also have a hotfix run in 3 weeks time. So I'm like, gonna be showing off a lot of infinite wealth to many new people over the next coming month. So we gotta... I'm gonna do my best to keep cleaning things up in the route before we show anything off. Okay, we are almost done. Come on. Give me another 20. Oh, come on. The game's being very stingy with this last one. Submitted for request because no one else submitted and I had someone ask me to submit something. Yeah, it's very difficult to get on a proficient level with this speedrun. Just because there's just so much. There's just so much going on in this run, and there's so much to still figure out. It's not... There aren't nearly as many things that were like so quickly set in stone like they were in Yakuza 7. And all the stuff that the late game especially is still very up in the air as to what's the fastest way to do it. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. We got our thumbs up, so we don't have to do any more of those activities. We just need to clear out the rest. So we just clear out the rest of the materials, and then we'll do a bunch of DIY. That's 90% of the memory that I have Eliday's run before and shave off at least 40 minutes off it. I believe that is everything. Oh, wrong place. Go to Ichi's house. And now let's do some crafting. So 1, 2, 3. Craft a wooden table first. Then a Jinai bus stop. So that gets us to level 4. Market stall. If we have enough materials, we should just be able to cow sign. I don't have enough for the green shack, which is expected. And this should be level 10. Nope, not quite. So we just gotta build up whatever we can. Finish it off with cushion. And now we're rank 10, which is what we need. We need to get the green updated. So we need to decorate with 3 of our most useful things. And now we're done. We've done everything that we need to do, or that we can do at this point in Dondoko. So now we just rest. It's a good time for bathroom breaks and whatever. Yeah, there's so much. So much that we still have yet to fully determine and get locked out, because I am definitely not practiced enough. Like, I'm doing quite well in this run so far, but this is still, again, my second run. Like, almost all of my time with this speedrun has been invested in its research and routing and writing the guide so that other people can learn it easily. And not so much the runs. That will change, obviously. I'm doing my best to get there, but it is it's a lot to learn. We're still doing a lot of improvements and a lot of routing. And it's also just in general very difficult to find the time to sit down for 6+ hours and just do a single speedrun. It's a lot. The speedrun is a lot, but I do really enjoy it, and the research is definitely a lot of fun. There's so many variables at play that it's so much fun to play around. Oh yeah, gosh. That's a trick that I haven't even mentioned yet. Actually, hold on. Got to do one thing quick. Very important. Because this day is over as soon as it says it's getting late. So I can just wait here, and then as soon as it says it's getting late, we are done. Speaking of. As soon as it says that, we can just end the day and be done. But yeah, there's a new glitch that has been found that I noticed it happens, but I didn't really know how to control it. And TJ and TGP have done a lot of research in determining exactly what it takes to to be able to do. We can equip completely wrong stuff onto people's weapons in this game. But now we need to finish up quick. Finish up everything we need to do to reach rank 1, which is to clear out these 2 areas. Now we gotta go talk to Matoyoshi.
今日はどうしますか
And we reached rank 1! We did it. We're a professional resort now.
ありがとうよ。
We gotta do one quick battle here before we can finally leave, but we've done everything and we got our 10,000 money. Pretty good fight. Dondoka Beach. And before we go back to Hawaii, we can also convert our Doka Bucks
元気に育てよ。
for an extra $1,100, and we are done with Dondoko. Went much smoother than my last one. I spent a lot of time very much struggling to figure out how to reach 10 building level. It was very rough. But yeah, we were able to now control a glitch that lets us equip equipment and weapons onto wrong classes. But it's very odd to control, and at this point in time, we're not really sure it's gonna speed anything up, but it is. There's a lot to play around with.
Thank you for.
We stock our grenades. Go to Crystal Aloha, where we're gonna do that Crown Keeper fight that I was going to do. Back in Chapter 5, but we're now delayed to Chapter 6. Which is this gentleman. We summon some ads. Gotta make sure to hit these ones with the liquid nitrogen. Unfortunately, I didn't get him. I'm hoping that one ally will get close to him, because we need to take him out before he does another turn. Which this guy should go next, and then it should be Cheeto says. No, okay, no, this might be iffy. Please don't summon more ads. That's not supposed to happen. This is awkward now. I have to use an extra liquid nitrogen. Okay, you got close enough to that guy to finally finish that off. Yeah, that's bad though. One fight's gonna be a bit iffier. Now Ichi, optimized Chitose, you get lucky money, happy lay, and take the bottom insoles, so that Kiryu still keeps one. Okay, that was not a good fight. I only used one too many liquid nitrogens because those big dogs will only go down in one liquid nitrogen. It's very unfortunate. Chitose almost always goes fast there, as well as my grenade did not hit where it was supposed to hit. It was supposed to have hit the king there, but it didn't. Very rough. And now this fight, we just have to... Ooh, is it close enough for 2? Nice! Okay, well, we're making it up. We're making up some time. We're saving him an incendiary grenade in this fight. Because these guys are all nice and grouped up. There's a weapon back here, right? I don't think that kills. It did. Nice. Unfortunate that guy got completely whiffed by the grenade. It's much more likely that one of those enemies is guarding and doesn't get killed by the grenade. So that saves one grenade that we can use later. I used to get volleyballs after this fight. We don't need them anymore thanks to a new boss fight in this chapter that TJ developed. But guess who's back? It's Yamai, and we're going to be seeing a lot of him. Hoping for a paralysis. And we use a hallucinogenic here. Actually, no, it's not worthwhile to use 2 against him. We switched to Rush mode because Rush Kiryu is faster, which means Kiryu will get another turn. Use a liquid nitrogen. A liquid nitrogen. That guy gets another turn, which is, or gets a paralysis turn, which is annoying. We're gonna use that incendiary. Actually, Yamai, you wanna go right about there? Please hit. Please hit. Ah, come on. Line up for it. Haha! We have this in the backup in case something goes wrong and we need it. Haha! Dang it. Wasn't enough. We were supposed to have one more liquid nitrogen there, and that was gonna make up our extra damage that we needed. But unfortunately, we get very unlucky with that crown, with the king enemy evading damage. So we kind of had to improvise. Not a good fight. Not a good fight. Oh, where am I going? Not quite done dealing with Yamai's goons, but yeah, we're getting to the aftermath. Ichi spent a full day, or multiple days on Dondoko. So in that meantime, we have gotten the video out. Oh, nice car hit. We've gotten the video out, so now everyone knows that Ichi's here and who's he's looking for, and most people are not a fan. And the thing I forgot to mention about Yamai is that he's not a fanboy of Kiryu, but he definitely has an adoration for Kiryu. And as if you hadn't noticed in the fight that we just did, is that Yamai did only attack Kiryu and only Kiryu. So that adoration is actually going to come into play later. Now we have all this extra money, we can purchase the strongest piece of throne in quotations item in Hawaii, which is the modified rocket launchers. Our regular rocket launchers and modified grenades were doing 300 damage per use. The modifieds do 600, or the modified rockets do 600. Very, very strong. checking on Kiryu. Used up basically every single one of our modified grenades in this chapter, so we gotta go restock up.
Aloha. Thank you for.
Now we gotta go say tie to Hanawa. Yes. I didn't play Like a Dragon Gaiden, so I don't know the most about Hanawa and their clan that are supposed to have made Kiryu's identity disappear, and Kiryu's doing work for them to also help for that. But everyone still knows it's Kiryu. He's kind of famous, so like, what good are they actually doing? They're not really hiding his identity that well. Also, this is Wong To. There's also a Chinese mafia syndicate here in Hawaii. They are also looking for Kiryu's mom. So this fight should hopefully go significantly smoother than how I done it. My previous fight was smooth. Wong To didn't get a turn, but now it's much more consistent because we get him a little bit drunk, and by drunk it drops his defense. He's close enough to an enemy to take one enemy out. Modified incendiary. Wong To is weak to gun, but we're not even gonna be using gun damage against him. With 2 modified rocket launchers and the fire debuff that we applied, which is a 30% increase to the already... Oh, shoot. I was spamming the wrong button. I'm actually going to take damage here. I'm not going to be able to kill Wong To fast enough. Ah! Normally... that damage doesn't matter. See, foolish. That was just on me. So now he gets to do this little charge up. It's not going to make any difference. He's not going to survive. Nope, wrong one. Yeah. If I didn't fail the QTE there, I would have had enough damage that I would have been able to take out Wong To before he even gets a turn. Thanks to the value pack insole on Tomi. But I messed up there and I was just spamming buttons trying to talk. Hopefully these guys don't spread out too much. They did. That's unfortunate. I should have plenty. I should have plenty. Yeah, I still have plenty of what I need to close out this chapter properly. My times show this one slower, which is to be expected, because again we did an extra fight in this chapter. Hope that these guys don't spread out all that much. And they sure did! That was not the right thing. It's a good thing I don't need all of those. Oh, this is really bad. They completely spread out. That's... What's my plan here? I need to use a flashbang. I need to... A nice back attack guard break. That'll do a lot. Okay. Not too bad. That's a bad fight. Normally that fight can like end in just 3 flashbangs, but they spread out so far. Major downside of these early games and just using grenade usage is our menuing is hypercritical. And if we're not fast enough and the enemies get too much time to move around, it can just slow us down substantially. Oh hey, it's Yamai again. Yamai's trying to catch us while we're down by lighting the entire forest on fire. Bold strategy. And it heated up our coffee nice enough, which is nice. And now we get to see our first use of Kazumi. Yamai's weak to ice damage, by the way. So that does 1500 damage. More than 3 liquid nitrogen usages, and it doesn't even take up Ichi's turn. This is why Kazumi is ridiculously strong. It makes that fight incredibly fast. And why we do the 1-star Dondoko questing. Because without it, it is just not consistent. Those fights without Kazumi are incredibly inconsistent. But now, Kyu's been captured by Yamai, and that's probably not a good thing given that he was being very much the focus of Yamai's damage in fights. So, we kind of want to get Kiryu back, and we had to call for backup. The boys are back in town. Oh, come on. Get the bond conversation. And Nanba and Adachi are going to see a lot of use in this chapter. Gear. Nanba, you need the insoles, and you need Kiryu's Wins shoes, and we go to West Anaconda. And whew, a lot of stuff happened in the last chapter, so we need a little drink. And by a little drink, I mean 30 alcoholic beverages, and that's actually going to be coming into play later. Our ability to have some of our allies be slightly drunk is actually incredibly important to the speedrun. We got to fight here. Got to use up whatever grenades we have left. Hopefully they don't spread out too much so that we can take them all out with a pigeon raid. Beautiful. Nanba gets a lot of excellent usage in this route, or in this portion of the speedrun. And the reason we got drunk a coffee during the Yamai fight is because that got us an extra $500, which will allow us to get
Welcome. Thank you.
2 modified rocket launchers that we usually never brought into this set piece. So we'll make some good use of that. Restock on all of our grenades because we're about to enter a very long set piece.
Aloha. Thank
I might be $500 short. That's gonna be a problem. I accidentally bought safe keys there. So I'm not sure exactly how this is going to go. I'm not sure I'm going to have enough money for a Kazumi usage. Which is dangerous. We're going to have to be careful. No, I didn't mean to use a flashbang. I wanted to use an incendiary because these guys get turns quick and they would die if they're on fire. I'm all flustered now because I actually am not sure I'm going to have enough damage or enough money for Kazumi. We'll see. We'll see. I might have to be stingy with grenade usages in chapter 8. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. Good. One of those enemies loves to run behind my party, and it's very annoying. Very quick get Adachi into the party, because yes, Adachi even gets some usage in this chapter. He's not very fast. Adachi is our slowest party member by far, and he's on the slowest class. His default class is the slowest class, so it's very difficult for him to get turns in, but he does have one very useful skill that hopefully we'll be able to show off. And that combination is very, very nice. Hopefully that hits both of them so that they're both gone before they can do anything. Cool. And Adachi, arrest this man. So, that is an instant kill attack. That is an instant kill status attack that is a grapple attack and is just so useful. So long as the enemy is not immune to instant kill, we make amazing use of that. Items. We need Aloha Blondes on Namba. The gear. Chitose. Optimize Namba. Optimize and use steal Adachi's shirt. Adachi doesn't need that. I was supposed to menu heal, but I'm fine. That's not gonna hit many. Oh, that's really bad. That should hopefully clear out the rest. Almost. Oh, come on. You're paralyzed. You're paralyzed! Come on! Good. I at least got them to line up. Oh. Yeah, we have to fight through a lot of Yamai's thugs to get to where they're keeping Kiryu. I should pay attention to my money. It's only 3 more fights in this before I have to fight Yamai. And hopefully I have enough damage, or I have enough. But yeah, another useful thing, as Caddy mentioned in... I didn't pay attention to my money. As Caddy mentioned in my chat, is that the pigeons will take on the elemental properties and status effects of whatever Nanba has equipped. We equipped him with an ice weapon, so now those pigeons do ice damage, which is useful because many enemies here are weak to ice. Those 2 enemies are grouped up in the back always. I need to get MP on Nanba. That is unfortunate. Because I need enough MP for... Actually, no, I didn't. Ah! That was foolish. I didn't need MP for this. Actually, yes. Yes, I did. We're going to use our last rocket. Because these guys have a lot of HP. And if we are lucky, this should basically be the fight. Not quite. Good fight. It looked like I had 5,000. So luckily, we are safe to use a... We are safe to use a Kazumi in the upcoming fight. Not by much, but we are safe to use it. Actually, yeah, party edit. Get Tomizawa back in because Yamai is immune to instant kill, like most bosses are, unfortunately. So we can't arrest him. So we need someone that is faster so that they can get more attacks out. And our first Yamai fight that is a lot of HP. Our first Yamai fight that he has a lot of HP, and this is our 4th time fighting Yamai. Also, the song goes hard. The shamisen is slapping. Luckily, my wasted 1 hallucinogenic bomb will not affect this fight. Doing that also helps us by getting fear onto these enemies before it gets their turn, because Ichi's a little slow. I have to perfect guard these, by the way. We need everyone to be fairly healthy in this fight. Ooh, that's a little low for Tomi, but that's okay. Use Kazumi. The elemental debuff, unfortunately, does not increase damage from pound mates. It's very unfortunate, so we can't boost that up. Still does 1,500 damage, which is excellent for this fight. But it does not increase further. But it does stack with regular elemental defenses when it comes to stuff like grenades. So we're going to max that out immediately on Yamai. And now this is where we have to absolutely perfect guard. Perfect. Just don't... Okay, good. We're safe. Because now we can just modify the liquid nitrogen to victory. Because he has a 1.5 times innate elemental weakness, and then 3 stacks of elemental debuff is a 1.6 times. So in total, our grenades are doing like 2.2 times damage. So they are very, very strong right now. And we have enough. And on Yamai's next turn, he's actually not going to attack us. He uses that turn to buff himself up and maybe get himself a heal from his hostesses. We do not have to worry about it. Oh, they didn't even heal him. Which is good because I needed to save the money. And because Nanba did not get silenced, that means we can get a pigeon raid in as well. And this honestly should be the fight. Not quite. Good Yamai. That fight can go wrong. If the turn orders like don't really line up properly, if Nanba gets silenced, could be a kind of rough. But honestly, that was a very good set piece. And I will have enough money for everything I need to do for all this stuff. It is like barely. I definitely should not have bought five safe keys. But I have enough money for it, luckily, because we got lucky in other fights that we didn't have to use all of our grenades. And now, as it turns out, Yamai is not completely evil. Yamai was actually helping Kiryu. He really wants to beat Kiryu, but he wants to beat Kiryu at his full strength. So Kiryu is actually getting hospitalization with Yamai. Okay, now I need to pay attention here because I need 5, 3, and 5.
Thank you.
Because these are the last modified grenades that I'm going to be getting in my route. Yeah, it was turning out that there's a lot of things going on here. And one thing that we haven't mentioned yet is that there's a charity organization. The charity organization, as we're finding out, is slightly a cult. So we have to take down a cult now. We have 4 grenade usages allocated in this fight. And these enemies, although they have a ton of HP, are not immune to instant kill. They can get arrested. And because arrest is a grapple attack, it does not matter if they're guarding. Honestly, it makes arresting them even easier. Yeah, these guys have like 2,500 HP. That is a lot to deal with without having enough money for another Kazumi usage. So we're just going to be guarding. And goodbye. The game gets very confused with health bars if you arrest bosses, though. Okay. And with that, we're actually done with Hawaii for a bit. Now begins the portion of the game where we got split parties. We have Kiryu as our main party leader in Japan, with Ichi, our main party leader, in Hawaii, and we're going to be having 2 completely different groups playing. And beloved character from the last game, from Yakuza 7, Son, he is now our party member, and she's fantastic. She's going to be one of our major damage dealers. Kiryu, head, Ichi's shoes, and Yakuza training gear, and ankle weights, and money, and Happy Lay. And Kiryu got some influence from Ichi. Kiryu also sees the enemies as different. But these guys stay nicely grouped up for us so that we can use Pigeon Storm from Nanba. Do even more damage. Kiryu can't finish off this thug on his own. And now we get to see one of Sonhee's best abilities, Queen's Claw. Incredibly fast animation, fantastic damage. We do have to pay attention to it. It has a high likelihood that one of its 2 projectiles will disappear at some point and get eaten up and basically have the ability to do half damage. But if we plan around it right, it does great work. Queen's Claw is very, very powerful. But now the game wants us to be running around Japan. It does not have our access to... we don't have access to our taxis yet, so we have to make a very long drive. And while we are on our drive, we are going to pick up some bond conversations for Nanba. Because Nanba, in order to get him on the job we want him on, he has to reach a certain bond level with us.
Yosh.
So we get 2 there. Get another one here.
いい感じだ。
And these are all basically on the fastest way to getting to where we have to drive to. And this is also why we, before in Chapter 5, refilled our Street Surfer, because we have to do a lot of running around in this chapter. And we're going to have to do a lot of running around in Chapter 9 as well. So we needed to do a big refill on our Street Surfer to be able to get to where we need to go.
Yosh.
Now we can change jobs in Japan. We still aren't going to be changing jobs, though. Not quite yet. We have not unlocked... We've only unlocked 1 job. We've only unlocked the Aquanaut, which is given to us in Chapter 5. We need to unlock others. We actually unlocked some returning Japan jobs from the previous game. We got Host, Breaker, and Chef.
開けてみるか。やったぜ。
And the fun thing is that we're going to be seeing all 3 of those classes. We're going to be seeing all 3 of those classes in this speedrun. But we do have 2 Hawaii jobs that we still have to unlock. In the meantime, though, Kiryu's not doing so hot. Kiryu does have cancer. And so a big portion of this chapter is basically having Kiryu do stuff that he wants to do before anything happens. Wait, what am I doing? Sorry, I have to go downstairs first. So Kiryu's running around with his new friends. He's doing stuff that he really likes to do. We took him to the batting cages. And we had him hit exactly 0 balls at the batting cages, but you know, he was there. He baseballed through osmosis. And also Sayako's gonna help us out. And the first thing we're gonna do now that we have a full party 4, let's go sing some karaoke, baby! I wonder what song they're singing. Yeah, this chapter is a lot of story. A lot of story and a lot of setup for future chapters. So this would also be another fantastic spot for reading stuff off. Oh. I always get things out of order here. It's because this is a lot of just flat out memorization. Also, it turns out while we were in Hawaii, there was a whole thing that happened. Seiryu clan got even stronger than they were before, recruited even more members, and kind of took over this place that might have a lot of, I don't know, a lot of memories from major Yakuza clans or something. Huh. It's very strange that this organization that's trying to not be a Yakuza organization took over a Yakuza place, huh? It's very strange. It's a little bit suspicious. Just a little bit suspicious. Visiting some old friends real quick. And this puts us right next to a safe that is a piece of armor that is basically not going to be used purposefully. It's just kind of a nice bit of armor, but it gets used purposefully in the final fight of the run. It is absolutely crucial. 100% necessary for the final fight in the run. That singular bit of armor is absolutely necessary. Here we got a call from Date saying there's some old friends that he might want to see. Some kids from the orphanage that he used to run. They've all grown up. And they got all into trouble. Take care of them the best way we know how, which is grenades and a pistol. Yeah, there's not too much to say. This is all just a lot of prep work into the next chapters. Lots and lots of story. Hey, we got a mysterious call. Let's go see what it's about. I don't know. This alley's just like kind of in the middle of nowhere. Surely there's nothing nefarious that could be happening. And we're picking up on conversations and stuff while we're at it. Oh, nice. I snagged on that. This is where the game's telling us to go, right, though? I could have sworn there's like a super boss or something here. Oh. Oh, no. Hi, Amon. It's good to see you. Yeah, we have to do that. Because how else would the game teach us that Kiryu's fancy new tag team ability, when he's the party leader, is he just gets to go old school on them. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we just close them out. There's other ways to do more damage during the Dragon's Resurgence, which is that little brawler mode. There's other ways for us to do more damage, but it causes nice little QTEs of them getting punched in the face and grabbed and thrown around and stuff like that. And those cutscenes are slow. So as much as possible, we just do the basic attack and just chain it all together. In the meantime, we need to get some equipment for later. Getting accessories and equipment, because if you hadn't paid, or if you didn't know from the Hawaii chapter, we basically purchased 0 pieces of armor. That is not gonna fly anymore. You might basically, in 2 turns, could wipe us out. And yeah, we can't survive like that anymore. We actually need some armor. We need some good gear, because the game is going to get a lot more difficult. And also, if you haven't, something to pay attention to is the fact that the game is just tossing money at us now. The game is just throwing money at us. We have 1,000,000 yen already, and that's just from a few fights. Stop by quick here, grab coffees and quickness lemons. We'll need those to make more money and stuff. Have a good dinner, Caddy. Just like we got dinner, we got agility boosting meals for our party here, because we're not really supposed to be going to Kamurocho yet. We're supposed to wait for this. Well, we're doing it now. Get some CC lemons. Kiwami drinking muscle soda. We're not supposed to be doing this yet, so we're about to do some fights that are 10 levels above us. And you know that whole, we get debuffed on agility? Let's see, I did buy keys, so I don't need to buy keys in here anymore. I accidentally bought those earlier. So yeah, that's why we, really need desperately need that agility buff meal. And here in Kamurocho, it's a 2-tiered agility buff meal, which will allow us to keep up to speed with enemies that are 10 levels above us, luckily. Yeesh, because if we weren't, this would be bad. This would be very bad. Get a weapon for the future. We can get ourselves a happy little spatula. And do a sub-story over here while we're at it. And this is our closest spot to another safe that we're going to go get. It's a little bit out of the way, but I like getting this one early so that we can make some more money in this chapter. Oh, don't need that, because I can just fast travel to Tenkaichi Street and continue that sub-story that we started. Because you know how I mentioned that agility is very important. This sub-story gives us a translucent insole, an accessory that gives us plus 30 agility, which is massive. Absolutely massive. And we need money, and lots of it, because Kazumi is about to become a part of our regular repertoire of stuff. This guy's guarding, so we have to hit him with the powder puff. I guess that's the translucent insole, which is 30 agility, and we are about to have Kiryu be very fast. Item. We need to use the reflex booster on Kiryu. Kiryu gets military insoles times 2. Nanba, you get the ankle weights. Sonhee gets the transcendent, and you get lucky money. Oh, she also gets Nanba's shoes. And Psycho gets the opposite training gear. Because we've got a couple other fights that we have access to right now that can get us a lot of money. And we are going to need a lot of money. And we made Sonhee very fast, so she can get a coffee in before Kiryu. And Kiryu is fast enough that he gets his turn before them and can take them out with the Kazumi. And there's another 4.7 million yen. Game is just throwing money at us. That's a nice speedy fight. Now we go back to Ijincho. We're done with Kamurocho for now. We have one other optional fight that's going to get us another like 5 million yen and a good chunk of experience that we are going to desperately need right now. And this one's only available in the daytime, which is not available when we will do in chapter 10, do a big grinding session. So we're getting this out of the way now while we have the opportunity. These guys can be quick though, so we do need to perfect guard if they outspeed us. And they did not outspeed us. Good. Munancho. Over here. Got to do just a few more equipment runs very quickly. Oh, you guys make up your mind. Where are you going? Oh, come on. Get ourselves a couple bits of accessories. We have good strength equipment now. No, shoot. About one extra. That's fine. I don't need that extra money. I'm not that tight on money anymore now that I have 11 million yen. And we go to Central Street. Actually, I'm just going to sell that silver bracelet. I lose 90% of its money, but whatever. We can manage. Get another party chat there. Buy. Intoxication, soporific, hallucinogenic, fulminous, smoke bombs. All this equipment. Sell. Get that stuff out of our inventory for faster menuing. Also sell. One of those. These two, these three. And that will just make all of our menuing faster throughout this run, which is very nice. And while we're here, recharge our Street Surfer to full. Because for whatever reason, whenever we swap party members back to Hawaii, they're using the exact same Street Surfer. Meaning it maintains the battery level that... it's maintaining the battery level from Hawaii to Japan every single time. So we do have to make sure that it gets topped up before Hawaii because they're going to be using it a lot. One more shop to go to. All stuff that we're not going to equip yet. Now we've got a good amount of equipment and armor and stuff for everyone, as well as getting enough stuff for certain personality trait goals as well. Coffee, because we want more money. Because we're going to spend more money on Kazumi. And these guys are lined up nice and close for... nope. For a rocket. Goodbye. I always keep messing up my menus there, because... I always keep messing up my menus because this game loves to, or for abilities, it does not memorize your cursor position, but for items, it does. So trying to keep in the back of my mind, keep track of which ally used which item in case they have a second term. It's like, what's my fast menuing option? It's different depending on what item I used. Very annoying. Okay, and now we're back to Hawaii and everything's stronger. So we need to do some prep. You get An optimized crown. Back to the training gear. Ankle weights. Optimize. You get nice and speedy. Chitose, you get money and happy lay. And the running shoes. Tomi gets an optimized, gets Lolita shoes, and gets silver bracelets.
言うまでもねえけど、俺らはもうだいぶ面が割れてる。プライスが糸引いてる以上、ハワイにいる間は一瞬も油断できねえぞ。
Now we're getting attacked by every single thing because we've angered the cult. First, we gotta say hi to Pocket Fighter, or Pocket Circuit. Get him! Alright, we're out. We needed to use that to get confidence. We needed the confidence increase. I should be able to pass. Nice. Right, here's something that'll probably change in the future, but I haven't been able to update my route for it, so I'm gonna do it anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 of those, a hero's knife, and a shark tooth. Oh, come on, get on there. Because you know how we had to increase or make sure our Street Surfer was refilled? This is why. We are being chased by that cult everywhere. It turns out they are a part of every single criminal organization. Oh, I'm gonna get into a fight. The save. I need to get more practice and faster save loading because you can do that in like 3 seconds. I had to do that there. There's no way I wasn't gonna get into a fight. And if I get into a fight with the car, I have to watch those guys get out of the car. It's very slow. And a lot of these enemies have incredibly long sight lines. So they can initiate fight from a very long distance. So we have to be very careful. And we have Ichi with all this speed on him just so that he can do this at the beginning of basically every fight from now on. Welcome to the late game, or to the mid game, where we now have enough money to use Kazumi basically whenever we want, and the enemies are not strong enough to withstand that. So we can very handily just start taking them out. This, I'm gonna have to peel to the left here to break their line of sight. Like that. Awkward. Driving through this without getting into fights is so awkward. Because those enemies that I had to peel off to the left for, they have like an infinite sight line. It is absurd how long of a sight line they have. Oh shoot, I forgot to take this shop out of my notes. I need to do that for the future. Because I purchased all the beer that I needed for the duration of the run. I already got that already. And we are not done riding yet. Still have a long way to go. Okay. Now comes the most awkward dodge. We could save load this. It is possible to do this without save loading. Peeling off to the right. Peel left. Around, and hopefully this doesn't eat our... Oh, okay. Okay, we're good. Nice. So those stairs that I went over on the Street Surfer love to just eat all of your speed. It is not consistent to do what I did. So I used to go shopping here. It's in my notes. I need to update that. That's an error. I don't shop there anymore. We can just zoom on over to the cutscene. Okay, we're done with that. And yeah, we bought smoke bombs in case we got into any fights to leave it as soon as possible. But yeah, Kazumi's great. And now the game teaches us about Ultimate Tag Team, Ichi's most powerful skill. It scales based on how many allies are doing it. We only have one ally doing it, so it doesn't do a lot. This does a lot more. We have one last rocket launcher to use. And a couple more liquid nitrogens. Okay. We're done with the big runaround, and now we need to do all of our setup for the late game. Because now we need to unlock all of our jobs and get everyone at the right bond levels for us to do it.
Aloha.
Make a request. These two. Purchase everything else to max it out because this is our fastest way to increase bond, and we hope that we get it. We actually only want one. It's actually slower for us to get two, but because we have to watch both of them do it. I apologize that this is our fastest way to get the bond increased, so just
Come see me.
hide your eyes away.
Thank
We need 200 points on Tomi.
Why, hello.
We're hoping for that top one to get it. Is
Let's
that enough?
enjoy ourselves.
See you next time.
Come see me again.
Thank you very
I'm gonna go. I'm 20 lower than what I should be. As a safety, I'm gonna get this bond conversation, and then we. Where am I going? I need to CC Lemon my whole party, and to go to Crystal Heart. Sorry, I lost track in my notes. There's a lot to remember, and there's a lot in my notes. So Tomi is 20 below what he should be, but I should be able to make up the rest of that elsewhere. I hate this fight spawn. Fight spawn is the worst. It's always there, and there's no way to get around it. Just have to save load. Oh no! Oh no! So, I hope I didn't mess something up. I might have messed something up royally, and I might have to load my backup save. It's going to depend after this next upcoming fight. This is why we have backup saves. We're getting bond conversations here. But if I don't have what I think I should have... Because there's supposed to be an NPC there that gives us a large portion of personality. We swing deep into the beach there so that we don't have to deal with that cutscene. This guy is resistant to ice, so we use our non-ice grenades on him. Clearing them out of our inventory. So I might have to do a backup, which doesn't invalidate this run, if the NPC does not spawn here. Oh, they're here. I think with the save load, it just messes that one up. I'm gonna have to Because these honk honk ladies are how I'm supposed to do what I need to do to get the right personality traits, because they give me 30 boosts into all the various personality stats. So yeah, now, because I didn't save load, this guy should be here. Okay. Whew. We're still good. We're still good. Bit of a backup. Bit of a backup, but we got there. This is also something that I'm probably going to route out soon, is this trip to buy some food. Because I don't think I'm actually going to need the magic boost. And it's the wrong one. Okay. Okay. I think I should be good. I think I should be good on Tomi's bond after the next bond conversation. So I should be good there. Now our blacksmith has our ranks that we're going to care about. Craft, weapons, our upgrade host. We only wanted one, because otherwise it would be wasted and wouldn't go to the next facility rank. Use up everything we can to get to level 8, hopefully. So now we craft, Eris, Cooling Choker, Kunoichi, Plasmax Knife, and we material exchange everything except for Host, Chef, and Kunoichi, which are the bottom 3. And we weapon upgrade the host to hopefully level 10. And then we brand it with the Seal of Snow. Go to Seaside Avenue. This one would technically be optional. But this should get us to bond level 30 or above for Tomi. Over to Revolve to start doing our bond conversations. It's Adachi first in my notes, so we'll do that. 1, 3. It is very quick to do these, and this is a very good source of personality. Chitose. Third option. Third option. Almost there on the confidence. Tomi. Drink link number 2. Second option. Second option. Lots of style. Tomi again. Second option. Intellect is where we need it now. And first option. Confidence is where we need it now. And quick talk to the bartender. To get a fruit cup, that is our only item that heals our full party member. Or our full team. We have one trait that is not quite done yet. Our we have one. We still need a little bit of style. We're gonna get that right here. Rainbow straw hat, one for Tomi, one for later, and summer dress for later. Wait, no. Gear Ichi, you need that. Technically speaking, if I menu fast enough, it's faster to do this. And now, with all of our personality traits done, we have our reward cutscenes. Which are unskippable. I'm gonna go to the back. And one more. That unlocks. Our first one unlocked the Samurai job class. And this one will unlock the Kunoichi job class. Samurai technically probably isn't necessary at this point. I get it in my run for literally one ability. It's a very powerful ability, but it is just one ability. So likely is not worth the investment, but I have not had time to research and double check if that's what I want to change my route to. Because right now it is still very, very useful. It's one ability, but it's used often. But this one is 100% necessary. The Kunoichi job class is by far the most powerful job class in the speedrun. Very strong and incredibly versatile, and also the fastest. It will make our female party members zoom. Also, hi Tripo, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the good luck. And I have not routed in any wrong equips yet. And as of now, I don't believe TJ has either. I think it has a lot of potential, but at this point, our stuff that we get normally is good enough at this point, but we'll see if that changes over time. Now we need to do all of our stuff. Aquanaut for Ichi, Samurai for Ichi. Breaker is actually where Ichi's gonna end. Kunoichi, this is what we did all of our personality stuff for. Host for Tomi. Then Adachi gets the Samurai, and then he gets back to Chef. Adachi's cooking. Skill inheritance. Ichi, you get the beachside barbecue and the burning arrow. Chitose, you get the violin. Scrub down and a battery storm. And Adachi also gets burning arrow. Gear Ichi. Oh shoot, that was the wrong one, because that needed to go there. Adachi, you get Transcendent and Military Insoles. Wait, where am I going? Yes. I do need to go up here. Yeah, you'll see why I have, why I do still get Samurai in my run.
Welcome.
Oh.
Thank you.
Holding too many buttons. Then we go to Night Street. Then we continue on and actually do the end of this chapter like we were supposed to do a very long time ago. Even with all the speed increases on Adachi, he's actually still going to be slower than Ichi. We have Ichi on Breaker entirely because Breaker is the fastest male job. Kiwami drink on Chitose with what I have. I expect that I'll be changing that strat very soon because I don't think I need the extra job XP on Chitose that I'm doing here. But also, hey, look, if you hadn't noticed, Yamai's on a team. Look at this. He's even teaming up with Ichi on an attack. Wait. Okay, he is teaming up with Ichi. Whew. It's good to have him on our side. Unfortunately, he has very slow attacks. And it does give the enemies enough time to separate out, which is what we don't want. You threw that guy way away from the group. Thank you very much. Modified rocket launcher. Please hit lots. 3 is okay. Not amazing. This is bad. No one's really lining up for me. Okay, I do need to stop this because I don't want to get stunned. Thank you, Yamai. Okay, well, at least take these two out. Probably should have birthday bashed. Chitose doesn't have a weapon. No. Yamai has to finish this. Bad fight. Ideally, we don't want to have Yamai take nearly as many turns. Gosh dang it, Yamai, you were on our team. Oh, how fickle Yamai can be. So let's see how we handle this fight. Actually, if we handle this fight correctly, Yamai does not get to attack at all. And now we get to see the most amazing skill that Kunoichi has, its substitution jutsu. Gives a turn to a different ally. Which is incredibly powerful. Aloha Blonde onto Tomi because Tomi's got a very special weapon. Very special that Tomi needs 2 drinks. Tomi has the Prestige. The Prestige increases damage if the enemy, or if we are drunk. It is by a lot. 3,200, by the way. That's double the damage that Kazumi can do. Thanks to the magic buff and all magic buff, drunk status, and the hallucinogenic bomb that we used on Yamai. Incredible power. And then we use our last modified liquid nitrogen to get just a smidge more damage to make sure that he goes down. And hey, Chitose doesn't really have a weapon, but Tomi does. And we're done. Yamai doesn't get to play.
また強くなこれが俺の進行
Yeah, guard break increasing scrub down's damage is also massive. That's another 50% increase. Or 35% increase or something. First go to Dolls and Devils. So that we can progress the story. Not done yet. She wanted 10,000 bucks. Back to Lotus Street. We used our modified rocket launchers. Those are the only like real strong enough damage items.
Welcome. Thank you very.
So we're gonna keep getting those because they always have good use for us. What did she want the 10,000 money for? I forget. Honestly. I think it was for because she is the one who has been hiding Ichi's mom this entire time. And for some reason she wants Ichi to fork over $10,000 for trust? Maybe? Something like that. Over to Anaconda Harbor Park. We're going to grab one more taxi while we're at it.
What's with this stick?
Gonna swing on over quick to grab this taxi. And head on over to close out the chapter.
Ah,
It's a little slow on my menuing, and also that second fight with Yamai as an ally was awful. But also, it turns out
I'm gonna put you.
there's been some other shenanigans going on here because AG,
私の出番ね
our friend in the wheelchair, has actually not been who we thought he was. Turns out he was betraying us. And he was blackmailing Chitose to do it. Incredibly rude. How could we not trust the guy who seemed to have hacking ability well beyond his station and also had a camera pointed at us all the time? Who could have seen this coming? And now we're on to chapter 10, which unfortunately, based on how we have everything routed out, is our chapter where we're going to be doing about a half an hour of grinding. It is unfortunate that we have to do it, but there's just no other way at the moment for us to
どうした
feasibly do this run any faster if we skipped the grind. Our party in Japan would just be too underleveled. They desperately want us to get levels on the Japan side by doing a bunch of side stuff. And if we don't do that, then we'd be doing terrible. Okay. Well, before we get to the grind, we got to do some more stuff. It does not matter what options we pick, but we do need to unlock Nanba's tag team because it's a very useful tag team. And we also need to do Sayako's tag team because they're very strong. Also, yes, if you hadn't noticed, we did, in fact, get Zhao into the party. And unfortunately, just like with Yakuza 7, he is not going to do anything. he's just, again, joins too late and just doesn't have any of the things that we want from the speedrun. So, unfortunately, Zhao is not going to be doing anything. He's going to be in our party for a little bit just because I don't want to menu him out yet, but... sorry, Zhao. You got the short end of the stick again. Just let the man cook. I tried really hard to get Zhao into the final boss fight by having him as chef, but unfortunately it didn't work. Now we have to do the Japan side of the randomized dungeon, but this one, oh boy, that's bad. Oh, this is why we have smoke bombs. Luckily, I don't have to worry about losing any buffs. This is just slow. And luckily for us, this randomized dungeon, we do not have to do any more than we need to. Oh, come on, you guys. This better be the exit. Like, as soon as we can, we find the first exit possible and we just leave. We do not need to do this at all. Okay, I think that's there. Yep, right here. Yeesh, this is a very bad dungeon layout. And we just exit. We're done. We don't have to do this. The game does not force us to do it like it did for Hawaii. And before we progress... we go to Hello Work, and now we do all of our job changing for our Japan party. But first, something that I sometimes forget, and I've seen others forget, one final bond talk there. That's enough to get everything we need. Kiryu gets Aquanaut, gets Samurai, and then he goes right back to Dragon of Dojima. Nanba, you finally have enough bond to get the host. Sonhee can be Kunoichi. And for now, Saiko gets to be an idol. Not gonna do any equip yet. Oh, we're gonna do the muscle booster onto Sonhee, because she needs damage. A gear, big menu. We need Nanba, gets an optimize, gets the prestige, gets Sonhee's wind sneakers. Sonhee gets battle boots and gets military insoles. Zhao, he's not in the party, but he can get us money. Saiko, you get the Happy Lay. You steal Zhao's jacket. Steal Saiko's jacket. Kiryu then gets an optimize. Gets the tactical boots and gets training gear, because this is where we start our grind. And ankle weights. Wait, no. That is a training gear and transcendent insoles. Party edit, job for Psycho. And now we start doing some grinding related activities. First though, we have one sub-story fight. Not sub-story, but a keeper fight. We don't need what they have, but they do give us a lot of money. So we're gonna do this. Sonhee drinks the coffee. Take out these gifted trash before they escape. And intoxication bomb. He always does this move if he doesn't take enough damage. And we have 2 modified rocket launchers, which are going to be enough to take him down. Goodbye. Gives us a good chunk of money and a good chunk of XP as well. This might actually be something that gets taken out of the run, because we don't actually need to do it, and it might honestly be faster to not. Kiryu, you need Ichi's ankle weights, and Nanba, you get the transcendent insoles now. And over to Kamurocho, and we're going to be setting up our grinding location. First, we've been using a lot of coffee, so we need to refill. We are very underleveled. We're going to be facing off against level 40 enemies. So we are going to need our agility increase. I believe that TJ does not get these agility increases, which is fair, but he does take a lot of damage and it's a lot of luck in his grind. I need to actually like time it out exactly like how fast his is compared to mine, because now we begin the grind. We are going to be doing this for probably like a half hour. We're going to be getting everyone to like a roughly level 37. Oop. I already forgot my route for this. Oh, hi, Nicole. Thanks for stopping by. And we are not fast enough at the moment. So we are going to have to substitution over to Kiryu so that Kiryu can finish off these fights, because Kiryu is just not fast enough even with our agility increase. It's just faster. Just faster to have Kiryu get substitution jutsu. Eventually that'll change and we could just guard to him and it's a little bit faster. But for now, it's just gonna be this. And we're hoping for a lot of these fights, because as you can see, there's 6 enemies. This is our highest XP fight. These are the fights that we want to see. We don't want to see enemies that are only like 2 enemies, or fights that are only 2 enemies, because they offer very little XP, but those skaters can offer a ton, but they are very fast. Here's level 32, so now I can guard on to get to his turn on fights that aren't the skaters, because Kiryu will outspeed. Like this. And eventually we're gonna hope that we get some money, because we are going to need money. We're going to need certain criteria that we're going to hit. We need to get to 13 million yen, which is what we're going to get when we fight plutocrat rat enemies, because we can steal money from them and also they give a ton of money. But we will hopefully be able to see one of them. Aha! Speaking of plutocrat rats, this is one of them, and this is why we have our turn order set up the way we want it, so that Sonhee can Sengoku coffee. You can get a golden finger, which can hopefully steal some money. Let's stole a cool million yen there, and then we finish them off. Yeah, I think I know that TJ does in his grinding is that he does not get nearly as many agility meals. I will end up getting like 6. It's either like 5 or 6 that I typically end up getting by the time, and that will get Kiryu up to level 36, which is when Kiryu does not need when Kiryu does not need to have the agility increase anymore. One more fight here would be 33, and we don't have to substitution to him at all anymore. Not ideal. These are just 3 enemies. Yeah, this would be a... I would want to do things more to speed things up, and I'm gonna see about that when I watch TJ's run, because I know he does get accessories that make it so that he's immune to some of the status effects that some of the enemies can do, but it's still you're taking a beating all the time. And we have an idol in the party. We do have Sayako. to do any healing that we need to for the party, and we get plenty of levels up quickly, so it's not the biggest problem. But this is how I've done it so far, and it does mean I'm not taking a beating and I don't have to deal with random status effects potentially ruining things, but I think overall it probably will end up being that I change this. I change this in my route. Get ourselves a coffee, steal from the rat. Ah. It's an 80% chance steal, so unfortunately. Sometimes we'll just whiff. But every time we use we get over 1 million, just over 1 million from this, and every time we get every time we use a coffee, that's an extra 500,000. Oh, excuse me. Every time we do a coffee, it's an extra 500,000. And every time we steal, that's another 1 million. So it will add up very quickly. Yeah, this would be something that potentially, to save time in a marathon setting, we could potentially just boot up a save that is after all of this grinding. Because yeah, we are going to currently get Kiryu to, or get it so that Nanva will get to about 37.6 on his level. Which will get us to the right level thresholds throughout the run. And so far, has not been great on the grind. What I want to see is a lot of those groups of skaters, because the skaters are typically 4 to 6 enemies, which is the highest XP by far. Plutocrats are nice. I still need a little bit more money, but not too much not too much more. Okay. And now we have enough money at this point where we are not going to need any more. We are not going to need to farm any money anymore. So the next time I go back for a meal, I'm just going to restock my coffees and not... I should have gone to the target on the right. I think it was skaters. So now we don't need to grind, even if we do see a plutocrat. I'm going to be dipping a little bit below 13, but as we're doing the grind, we're just going to find plutocrats out in the wild, and just defeating them will be enough money to make up for our going a little bit under. Come on. Camera, please. Unfortunately, a part of this grind that's very annoying is that the time difference in fights can be pretty wild depending on what the camera wants to do. If the camera takes its sweet time going from ally to ally, it's just gonna waste our time. So I shouldn't need any more coffees, so I'm just restocking on them if I need to. Probably just 2 or 3 more of these meals should be enough. Yeah, I think honestly, the more that I'm thinking of this, it's just like, it probably is notably faster to just eat the hits from enemies. Because all in all, it's probably about 30 seconds, maybe even like 40 seconds to just to just get back in once we leave the area to get back into a point where we can start doing fights again. Versus if we never leave. If we never leave at all, then we don't have to do any of the leaving and just stay and keep fighting. Probably means you potentially like lose a couple minutes, or not a couple minutes, like 10 seconds per fight because of all the because all the hits you're going to be taking, and you do menuing, but I think overall it's probably like 15 minutes or 15 seconds per cycle. I could potentially just have Kiryu be super fast and just be first the majority of the time, not worry about money. Until the very end. Oh, that was our third fight. Yeah, if we would keep this in a marathon setting, this is something that we could quite handily. Oh, Date, I don't need to talk to you. So yeah, once we get to about 36.25 on Kiryu's level is when we won't have to do any more trips to get... We won't have to do any more trips to get XP or to get the agility meals, and Kiryu will just be fast enough. That's why I have all the XP gear on Kiryu right now, and why he's a little bit slow in the fights, is that so that he can hit level 36 as fast as possible and speed things up. If I wanted to do things differently for not doing the agility meals. Ooh, a double plutocrat fight. If I wanted to skip the fights, I would likely have Kiryu be fastest for Kiryu be fastest for until level 36. Is likely what I would do. Oh, another double. Okay, I'm never gonna have to worry about it. Using Kiwami drinks, I don't think it would be faster. Would mean we have to repurchase them. It's probably, let's just say 5 seconds to go and let's just say it's like roughly 5 seconds to use a Kiwami drink. And our best fights give like 12,000 XP. So you would need a full 5 Kiwami drinks to get basically 1 extra fight of XP onto Kiryu, which really doesn't feel worth it. Like, it would make sense if some of these fights were like, a rare fight would be like 30,000 XP or something. But because of how many fights we have to do, like, this is still by far our fastest grinding location. These enemies are all level 40. We can outspeed them very easily with once Kiryu's level 36. Like, this is by far our fastest grinding location, and it also gets us the best crafting materials. But yeah, it's probably best that I just start taking damage. That's an unfortunate skater fight. Come on. Yeah, this is a very bad grind. This is a very bad grind. I have not been getting good XP fights at all. Hardly any skaters. Oh, and they keep spawning so far away. At least I'm getting these guys, which are typically 4, but I really want skaters. Probably gonna need to get another meal. Depending on what my XP is looking like. Yeah, I'm gonna need another meal. I don't need plutocrats. Ah. Downside of the grind location is that some fights last a little bit longer than others. Plutocrats are the great ones for the money, but we don't really need that anymore. We need XP. Okay. One more agility meal and that'll be our last one. And then we don't have to worry about it anymore. If you don't want the money, I could take it off your hands. Sometimes the spawning is very rough for enemies. I would say one benefit of all the meals is that we get extra bond with our party members, but we don't really... We get all of that by the time we have to change them onto their appropriate jobs. So we don't really need anymore. Okay, I am 100% set on money. Thank you very much. At least they're full, so yeah. Fighting plutocrats adds 5 seconds roughly per fight. Yeah, I'll be good after this one that I won't need. I'm gonna go on. I think I made the wrong choice. Come on, skaters, spawn a bunch extra. Come on, skaters. Ugh, this is a terrible grind. Literally, if they spawn 6 skaters, this fight's worth 2 fights. Also, Zhao got an excellent ability between a walk and a hard place. Damn it. Okay, what's my level looking like? Am I at 36.25? Yeah. Okay. Curio Gear, you need military and transcendent. Nanba gets an optimized. He gets the silver bracelet. Silver bracelet, and he gets the Lolita shoes. Sony gets the ankle weights and the Yakuza training gear. Sayako, you get Nanba's ankle weights. Oh, come on. And I never like going into this corner of the map, because this corner of the map really sucks for fight spawns. It's a very dead area for fight spawns. Yeah, now that Kiryu is level 36. The fights are just this. Which is why we really want to see skaters from now on. Because now we go until Nanba hits 37.6 on his XP bar. Oh. Oh, I need 16 million. That's actually what I need. Which I forgot about. It's that I stopped doing my grind at 13 million yet, because you'll fight enough plutocrats in the rest of the fights. Yeah, if I go even slightly further south in this grind, the enemies are worth half of the XP, and they don't give the strongest crafting material. Yeah, we're doing probably the similar amount of fights to get the next level and a half on Nanba. Or next 2 levels on Nanba. Yeah, this is how fast we can sometimes get it in these fights where it's just instant. Ah, awful fight. This is the fight you'd never want to see in the grind. It's faster, honestly, to just skip that fight. It's 2 enemies is not worth it. I'm hoping for skaters to spawn more allies. Come on! I'm gonna lose like 4 minutes on this grind. This grind is off. Yep. I never like going that far to the left, because that time it spawned enemies that were walking out of the bounds of the map. The best odds are to just keep right in the center here. Oh, mashing the wrong button to try and skip the cutscene. It's also not helpful. I believe TJ also just grinds less at this point. I think they grind to a lower level, which I think is quite feasible. It makes the final fight of the game incredibly terrifying, but versus the final fight of the game with this much XP is manageable. Can still be a giant pain in the butt, but it is very manageable. Even 1 level lower and it is incredibly difficult. But time saved is time saved if we have 1 rough fight to deal with. It's not too bad. Yeah, another potential change in tactics for me and my run is that the first runs that I saw TJ do, TJ was not running Sonhee on Assassin. TJ was running Sonhee on, or was not running Sonhee on Kunoichi, he was running Sonhee on Assassin, which is notably stronger, like significantly stronger. But it is 20 agility lower, which is painful at times, as well as you have to use your inherited skill slots to do everything that you want to do, which is not ideal. Because ideally I would want 3 skill inherit slots for Sonhee. That would be the best. Because there's 3 abilities that are very powerful in Kunoichi that are super necessary. Got Shadow Clone Jutsu, you have Substitution Jutsu, and you have Throat Slitter. But getting Sonhee to level 50 bond is not happening. That is 100% not happening. That is so difficult to get to 50. You would have to do all of Sonhee's bond bingo, and that would not even be enough. So you would only be using 2. And you'd likely just kind of have to sacrifice using Throat Slitter, which is dangerous because Throat Slitter is super, super powerful in many fights. We are almost done with the grind, though. This is a bad grind. Probably need like 4 more fights. Way too many plutocrats. Not enough high number skaters. No spawn. Come on. Work with me, game. All my lead is gonna vanish. Kiryu is quite a bit ahead in level right now because of all the XP fights that I had with him on. That's why I'm using Nanba to gauge, because I want Nanba to be slightly, I think it's slightly below Sonhee, because Nanba will get some more XP gear on some fights. Almost there. I think 2 more fights. Maybe 1 more because we got a good skater fight. Yep, that's it. Yeesh. Bad grind. Now that all of our grinding is over, we can do all of our equipment, get them all upgraded and powered up, and get our jobs to where they should be. So change jobs. Saeko goes to Kunoichi finally. Kiryu gets a skill inheritance. You get beachside and you get the burning arrow. Nanba, you get stashed bottle. Sonhee, you get queen's claw. Saeko, you get playful splash. Now, with all those fights, we got a ton of crafting materials, which is super useful. Material exchange, homeless guy, and gangster. Weapon upgrades, host to 30. Brand with the seal of flames. Then we do Kunoichi, Plasmax, everything we got. There's a very weak weapon, but we can get it upgraded very quickly. So seal of bolts, seal of severance, gear, Nanba, you steal Sonhee's weights. Sonhee, you get a superpower ring. Saeko, you get the shark tooth. And now we need a little bit more XP. So we're gonna get an XP meal boost here. It's more bond that we do not need. Over to Jedi Station so that we can finally close this out. And now that we did all that grinding, we are very powerful for where we should be at this point in the game. Q's nice and fast now. Does great damage. That's not going to hit all of them. That's unfortunate. That's why we have the Shark Tooth on Sony, or on Psycho, so she has some damage. And the second fight. Good fight. And he's back. Finally. Sawashiro, the Weapon Master. Fights first with his cane. This song goes hard. Clear out the riffraff. Muscle Soda Sonhi. Throat Slitter is very strong. So strong, we're gonna do it again. Follow-up wasn't necessary, but appreciated. Namba's gonna get himself nice and powerful. You know how his weapon gets stronger when he's drunk? This move also doubles this move's next power. Wonder Cocktail pairs way too well with the Prestige. Not only does it give him an extra buff, it also doubles the damage of his next attack. So, Namba's gonna do good damage. It's technically faster to fail this QTE, but we need the damage at the moment. Oh, he charges up for his big move. But now he's weak to all elements. Coffee for some money. Throat Slitter. Then, if we did enough damage, there goes almost all of his HP, and here goes the rest. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Why am I so low on damage? We survived this, but that's actually very strange. He should not have survived that. Am I? Oh, I think my weapon is actually really low. I think I got unlucky on materials. I think Sonhi was supposed to be doing like 1900 to 2000 damage, but she was doing like 1700. That's very low. Refill our street surfer, refill our coffee. And close out this chapter. Big grind chapter is over. Ish. Yeah, that grind was really bad. Damage is so low at 1700. Hi, Mithra. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think my material drops from the grind were really bad. Run's going fairly well, though our grind was really bad. It shouldn't be a problem later. It's just, I think this is the first time it's been that low. It's the first time. Hi, Egg. Hi, Kitten. Yeah? You want to join in on the speedrun? Hi, Kitty. Oh, really? Eggy really wants to join the speedrun, don't you? And now we have all this grinding done. Now we have a ton of money over on the Hawaii side of things. So let's get Ichi a decent weapon. Metal anklet.
Thank you very much.
Don't need to equip it because we're going to equip it here. Ichi optimize tactical boots, transcendent and the ankle weights. Tomi gets an optimize, gets the Yakuza training gear, and Saiko's ankle weights. Or that won't matter. Wind sneakers, prestige, and nothing else. And then Adachi gets an optimize. He gets the money, wind sneakers, and money, and fairy lay. Yeesh. Yeah, my menuing is rough. I haven't practiced the late game in quite some time, so it's going to be even more rusty than before. Seaside Avenue. Oh, really, Egg? I know. You're upset over the grind being terrible. Just like me. Oh, really? Oh, wow, Egg. Oh, you're being very cute. But I unfortunately can't give you much attention, kitten. I got the speedrun to do. Yeah, kitty? Oh, yeah. Okay. Now that we have a lot of money, we're going to very quickly purchase all of our good stuff for the end game. It's a lot of money that we just spent on healing supplies, but we need them for the remainder of the run in case anything goes wrong. And I have plenty of money, so I don't need to save any money for these fights because these fights are nice and simple. Now we did all this grinding, we should be very, very overpowered for what we need to do in this chapter. Egg, stop it, you're being very cute. But I need to do my speedy run and you're hitting my controller. Kitten, please. Kitty. Kitty, please. I'm just gonna do this anyway. This is a fight that we can actually just burning arrow. As you can see, the weapon that we got for Ichi is very good. Now Ichi should outspeed. Even Chitose, Ichi will outspeed. Yeah, Egg. I don't even know how well Egg is picking up on the mic, but she is screaming at me. Oh, come on.
Welcome.
We're in the area.
Thank you very
Might as well get... Oh, no. Egg. Okay, that's enough egg. Egg. Egg, that's enough, girl. I need to do the speed run.
Aloha.
Egg, that's enough. This gets us another XP meal for this side of the pond.
Thank you.
Chitose joined, so she needs an optimize. She needs the Plasmax. She needs the battle boots and superpower and the champion ring. And we go to the story. Egg, shush, you got to go. Sorry, kitten.
Akane?
So now we're back over on Ichi's side where everything went terribly wrong, and we finally found Ichi's mom and the little girl with her, and then they got recaptured. It's not going great. It's not going hot. But we got that XP meal, not for this fight. Oh, a little late on that split, but whatever. Actually, oh. Yeah, so we're going to rescue Ichi's mom, but we also need to get a lot of XP here. We didn't get all that XP from the grind. I need to do a menu here. Gear. Tomi, you need the silver bracelet. And you need some drinking. Grab this. We lured these guys in them as soon as they stop. You can just walk around. We got the EXP meal. We still have one usage of 11. We don't want it there, but we do want it here. Against not one, but two cranes, and why? Two cranes, and why can they scream? And we muscle soda onto Tomi for this fight. Tomi's all boosted up and ready to go to unleash a big AoE electric move. It's not actually that strong of a move, but it sure is enough to close out the fight before we had to do with anything nasty, because those cranes will absolutely destroy us if they get given the time. It's really bad. Okay, Gear Ichi gets an optimize. He needs the value pack insoles and the dragon's binding. Tomi gets transcended insoles. Okay. And now this plan certainly works. We need to get into the theater across the street. That excavator got some lift. Flawless plan. Nothing could go wrong. Luckily, the only thing that did go wrong is that our party got separated for the next fight, which is actually kind of difficult. That guy hurts a lot. We gotta give him winged kunai.
助けに来たってことで多めに見てもらおうぜ。よし、やるぜ。
And hopefully we can give him a little nap. Dang it. Didn't fall asleep.
無茶な運転しやがって。俺が現役なら一発で免停もんだぞ。
And this is why we put the Transcendent Insult onto Tomy. So that Tomy can go ahead of them. And with Cutlery clash this guy. Because the chef is pretty strong. And we got the happy spatula for him. So now we can regroup. And hopefully just take out this guy.
怪我はねえか。
問題なし。残りを片付けしま
Oh, bad paralysis. This guy's weak to gun, so we're gonna be doing our best. And it's unfortunate that Tomy got paralyzed, so now we're gonna have to do a little bit of extra turns, and he's gonna be able to do some damage. Won't speed us down or slow us down too much. That's not what I wanted to do. I don't think this would have killed even if I did get a burning arrow off. I would have. It would have absolutely. Adachi slap him. Now we're regrouped and ready to go. And they've actually taken over the Yamai place because even Yamai's personal picked henchmen are not quite immune to the cult's influence. Yeah, Tomy just sweeps up the other side very, very quickly. It's very nice as compared to how it initially was. It's a very rough fight initially. Oh, I need to go back and grab a save that I overlooked. But also, most importantly, Chitose needs one XP meal, or XP drink for this fight. Because this should just barely get it. So that we reach rank 22 on Kunoichi, and Chitose will get her her Shadow Clone Jutsu in time for the fight. Gear Ichi, accessories. Oh, this is supposed to be over. I need to change my notes on that. Armor, optimize. I need to get Tomy a little bit drunk again. But then I also need to not have him get drunk. Oh, wait. Ah, shoot. Yeah, I'm very rusty in what I set up. I apologize about that. I'll be significantly better practiced for a marathon event. It's just a lot to remember off the top of my head and even follow quickly with my notes. Now this fight is terrible. We've been saving it up. We have a tag team. This fight is 2 waves and they're very frustrating waves. That's bad, actually. I'm just gonna go through with it. Have a good lunch. Okay. Okay. I am actually kind of concerned over Ichi's HP. He's resistant to the fire damage that's going to come out in this next fight. But it is still rough. Yeah, all the bond routing was mostly me. I don't think it's changed much, at the very least, from what I've done. We have poison to deal with on our side on the field now. Now we no longer have poison to deal with on our side of the field. Quickness Lemon onto Chitose, because one thing that's super amazing about the move Shadow Clone Jutsu, it does more damage based on how much agility buffs that Chitose has. So you throw a Quickness Lemon on her and it basically doubles the damage of it. Very, very strong move. This gentleman is one of the worst gentlemen in the game, by the way, because you'll see it if he doesn't get fallen asleep. He has the potential to fall asleep from the grenades we're going to be throwing out. But if he doesn't, his move can, if it wants to, just one-shot some of our party members because of the weird bugging and physics and stuff. Hopefully, we won't see that. Hopefully, we'll see him fall asleep and we don't have to worry about it. Dang it! Here comes the saturation. Ichi's at half HP. He's resistant to fire. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Maybe put him to sleep again real quick. Okay, Ichi being asleep is okay. I don't know. Actually, that's very bad. If he hits Ichi, we might be dead. Okay, he didn't. Lucky. Ah! He did hit Ichi! Please kill. Please kill. Thank you. This is why we don't want this guy to do anything. This is why we try to put him asleep not once but twice. Because terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. That should not have been that fast. I should have done the different strat that I have there. That was a very bad chapter. Two very bad fights. Yeesh. But we're through with it. Shouldn't have to panic about it anymore. And now we're back to Japan. Nope, not hello work. Wrong taxi. Okay. Now we're trying to enlist some allies of Kiryu to see what we can do. And those allies, there's some tough customers. Weapon upgrades. We need host, brands, Seal of Flames EX, and Seal of Snow EX, and Kunoichi. It's a 42 maximum. We brand it with the Seal of Bolts EX and Seal of Severance EX because we need both of those up. Big equipment menu. Kiryu gets an optimized, gets the kitty ear headband because yes, that is the game we're playing. Transcendent, Ink Awaits, Prestige, Optimize, Plasmax, Battle Boots, Superpower, Champion. Psycho gets an Optimize, gets the extra training gear and running shoes. Zhao gets an Optimize, just gets money farming. And we're back. Oh my gosh. Lots of menuing that I need a lot more practice on, because a lot more practice and maybe some changes so that I don't have to do as much menuing. It feels like I kind of have to, unfortunately. I kind of have to do all this extra menuing because in order to get enough equipment for both sides of the equation, it would be a whole lot more investment in time and money. So we do kind of have to manage swapping back and forth gear across party members. And everything I have routed out currently is kind of like best fights. Not like good enough fights, which would probably have less equipment changing. I think everyone's already level 39, which I think is where I wanted to be. Which means I have a bit more XP than I should. Yeah, before we go on and try to recruit Kiryu's allies, we need to do a couple side quests here. These are 100% crucial. This guy has way too much HP. Oh, come on. Get over there. We need to unlock Foreshine. An incredibly powerful summon. It's just 1,000 blunt damage to the whole enemy, which is pretty good on its own. No, wrong taxi again. It's pretty solid on its own. What makes it all the more powerful is that it also gives an entire attack buff to the entire team. One stage attack buff to the whole team, which is massive. And because there will be some fights that we are going to be doing where we can use it twice in one fight, that is 2 attack boosts to our whole team without doing any extra turns. Which is super powerful. It does take a little bit to get, unfortunately, because we are going to have to do this. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome, Neon King. But yeah, in order to unlock Foreshine, which is 100% necessary with our strats for the run, we do have to do this bit of run around where we have to talk to another person formerly of Foreshine. Get them to go back to Japan. So then we have to go back to Japan. Go back to where we fought that guy the last time, but now we have something very neat of our Screeves. We have a bit agility increase buff. That's nice. We're actually on par with agility with these enemies, so we don't really need it. We don't really need it for this fight, except because if you saw what we did at the end of the last chapter, you know that we have an ability that gets more powerful if we have agility increase. Yeah. Shadow Clone Jutsu is very strong. having a preemptive agility boost just makes it all the more stronger. All right, now we got another big menu here. Gear, Ichi, you need a superpower over Transcendent. Namba, you need military insoles and jeweled bracelets. Sonhi, you need Tomi's wind sneakers. Psycho, you need transcendent insoles over Happy Lay. Item, Hiker's Dream, Tomi, Slim. Nope, come on. Nope, wrong button. It's because I didn't need to heal. That's why it wasn't working. Yeah. A lot that I still need to get used to. I have been out of practice in the late game. And just to be safe, let's do a safety save here. Because, hoo boy. We got a fight on our hands coming up. And it's a tricky one. May have seen a few of those people here. You might recognize them. How about all three of them at the same time? This fight is terrifying. We only want to hit two of them, hopefully. Now we want to hit all three of them. Perfect. Perfect start. We got Namba pre-drunk for that fight for that specific reason, so that we could open up with a big chunk of damage. With the double shadow clone jutsu into him. But unfortunately, because Namba is not the fastest character, that means that has slowed down Sonhi and Saiko. The opening is the hardest part of this. The rest of this should go pretty much following, it should pretty much just follow a script. Okay. Kiri's not doing so hot, but we still have three big strong boys to take down. Because now it's Majima's turn. He should doppelganger. It's what he does 90% of the time, which is what we want him to do. Rush mode. For Shine, we need an attack boost. And also those doppelgangers need to get out of my face. And we're gonna Dragon Surgeons. Need to get over to Daigo. And just do as much damage as we possibly can. Oh, Daigo went fast. What? That's a first. Should be manageable. We need Sonhi to finish off Daigo. This is unfortunate, though. Throat Slitter onto Daigo. Should finish him off. And if that didn't finish him off, this will. And now Namba, oh, what? That's not what you were supposed to do. He was not supposed to attack. He was supposed to do his spirit attack. Power up Namba. Get him a little bit drunk. Not close enough. So just make sure that we take down Majima before he gets a turn. And he's defeated. Then after that, we... shoot, what does Psycho do? I guess... Oh, this is awkward. This is the awkward turn order. Fulminous. Oh, what? Oh, no, that's why. That's why you don't Fulminous quickly. Uh-oh. Also, Psycho's dead. Normally, she wouldn't have even taken any damage there. This is tricky now. I need to do another Fulminous. Luckily, I think we have plenty enough. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Get Psycho back. Probably gonna have her do her heal. Luckily, we can't die in these segments while we're doing the memory flashbacks. Love ending on that cutscene, though. You need to quickness summon yourself. Hopefully I can Fulminous or Psycho's turn. Fulminous. Nope. I need to stash bottle. Hoping for no stuns. Good. What do I do? Probably just Kiwami drink. Nanba. Everything got thrown off really badly. I have a rocket launcher that I can use, I think. I don't have enough MP for... Oh, shoot. Should be okay. This is really awkward. I'm hoping that this is going to be enough. This is really awkward. No, come on! I wish you wouldn't. I don't think anyone else is dead. That was the first time I've ever had... No! Ah, that is the first time I've ever had that happen. That's the first time I've ever had, like, everything get messed up. Because not only did Daigo go faster, and this is why I would put a large amount of leeway in the estimate. Not only did Daigo go faster than Sonhee, which gave a defense boost to the entire party, which is rough. Instead of Majima going in to do his spirit to give him a big boost of evasion, instead he went for an attack, which is very rare and not how that should work. That basically never happens that way. Unfortunately, Saijima's not going to be getting hit by any of this. Also, Seijima's not getting hit by any of this, which is also... It should be fine. Yeah, Seijima not getting hit should be perfectly fine. But yeah, also I'm forgetting that Seijima's first turn when he gets back in line is that he will feel any of the bad things on him. Ah, that was rough. That was right at the end of the fight, too. But this is why we plan for extra time and estimates. This is also by far the longest fight in the run. Mostly because this cutscene that we can't skip. That's like more than a minute long. Normally, this all basically follows the script. Where Majima doesn't attack, Daigo doesn't attack. And is only basically one attack from Seijima that we have to survive without getting stunned. Which luckily, if he didn't take any damage, he has lower odds of doing any attacks that can do stun. Now Majima does Doppelganger. Rush mode. For shine. Need to get at Daigo. Do as much damage as we possibly can. So that he can go down immediately. Yeah. Actually, it was Sayako that got outsped. So he can finish Daigo off before he gets a turn. Is now, instead of doing his defensive buff for the whole party, that's all he does is go into this, in which we can take him out. Love ending on that hit. From here, we do another Force Shine. Kiwami, drink yourself. Majima should do his spirit now. That's what he's supposed to do. That's what he's supposed to do. And we go to Nanba's turn. So Nanba can take him out. Give himself a little drink. I'm pretty confident this will kill. Yep. Just getting a little bit of extra damage on Seijima while I'm at it. Okay. Just don't stun her. You stun. Ah! Okay. That's not the worst. How did Nanba get stunned all the way back there? Someone explain that. What in the heck? How did you get stunned back there? This is why we get all-purpose remedies, but yeesh. Okay. Now we need to do the Fulminous. Gotta be the alcohol. Quickness Lemon. Now it should be back to Sonhee. It's not guarding, so we can do a Shadow Clone. And now he doesn't have a defense boost either, so this will do an excellent chunk of damage. Kiwami drink onto Nanba. Hopefully... Why? Do I not have an MP increasing gear on Nanba or something? What is happening? Why is Nanba low on MP? Do I have an ankle weight on him? Do I have an ankle weight on Nanba? I'm not supposed to. I don't think. Did I just mess up my menu? Oh, of course you're guarding. It's okay. Should be done. So, just kick him while he's down for good measure. Or whiff, you know. It's fine. What a mess. Ah, yeah. All right, we're out of there. We're out of there. Nope, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, luckily, again, you can't die in this fight. Or in these sequences, so... Oh, we're out of there. Oh my gosh, that was awful. Much better fight the second time around, but why didn't Namba have enough? Was Namba not level 40 or something? Okay, now that that's done, Here, you need the Transcendent Insoles. What? Wait, no. Never mind, we don't do anything. We go back home. Yeah, he has normal MP. Was he a level low? Was Namba 39 instead of 40 or something? I'll have to review the run because he's supposed to have enough MP for an ice spreader. He's level 40 now. Yep, that was the problem. He was supposed to be level 40 for the fight. So I had him just under the level that he was supposed to be at. Gosh dang it. Thank you for looking that up, though. So yeah, now we know. He was under-leveled for that fight. That's also why Saiko was slower, because he didn't have as much agility as he was supposed to have. Item CC. Okay. So unfortunately, basically makes it so that it's impossible for us to get a PB today, but now we know. Now we know that what exactly happened. So I need to increase the amount of XP on Namba for my fight. He was just a smidge too low. But now we know for sure that the Tojo clan is up to, or the Seryu clan is up to no good. Saiko, what are you doing back there? Luckily, these fights can end very quickly. But now, instead of substituting over to Nanba, now we got Kiryu's time to shine. Use our rocket launcher. Oh, hey, I got my rocket launcher back because I didn't use it before. This is a throat slitter fight. And it's so nice we do it twice. And with just enough MP left, goodbye. And that fight gives us a lot of XP. Now I got some menuing to do. It's Transcendent over Superpower. Nanba gets ankle weights. Sony gets an optimize. Saiko gets an optimize. And Saiko already had Yakuza training gear. That's wrong. That's wrong in my notes. Something's off in my notes. It's exactly what I've seen, I think, Froob do. But there's an error somewhere in my notes. That I say to equip Yakuza training gear there, but she already has it. So something's wrong in my notes in one of the equipment menus. But yeah, now we're invading because we know for sure that Ebina, who is the leader of the Seryu clan currently, is very much up to no good. Gotta take things down on the way. And Kiryu now has access to one of the most useful skills in the game. Wrong. That was the wrong move. Get up. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Oh, the crit makes up for that. Kira's not doing so hot though. I'm not sure. Kira, I think you got this. I think you got this, Kiryu. Look at that finesse. But will finesse win the fight? Unfortunately. It's faster to lose that QTE. Oh, dang it. Thought he was going to be guarding. Now we're entering into the very late game. The game is going to start giving us some ultimate armor. That is Sonhee's most powerful bit of armor, and it's so powerful. Such an incredibly powerful piece of armor. That will give Sonhee a chance of giving herself a free agility buff at the beginning of every single one of her turns, which pairs very well with the Kunoichi's abilities that increase in damage when they have more speed. It's fantastic. We have to do a little bit different stuff here and there in these fights. We have to choose between Kazumi or Shine depending on the fight. These last two before we get to the final bits are absolutely Kazumi's and not four Shines. Now we got a menu, geared, Nanba, you need silver bracelet. And Sonhee gets an optimize, and Nanba needs some drinks. And now we have to deal with the general of the Seiryu clan. A guy that's kind of just a thug. He doesn't have that many notable traits. He's kind of just a thug. Kiryu doesn't care about this fight though. He's just gonna have a real quick drink. Rose, the main guy, he's very weak to this. Luckily for us, that puts us into this cutscene, which I think is ever so slightly faster. Also, if we fail, like maybe a second. Well, we'll take a second. You got it, Kiryu. You don't got it. Luckily, we're still quite powerful in level. We might be technically under-leveled from where we're supposed to be right now, but we got this. No worries. Substitute to Kiryu, because the essence of Dragon God is so very powerful at dealing with strong enemies. Get up. Also, this guy's he's trying really hard. He might be compensating for something. Did Sephiroth do this? Also, I'm pretty sure that vase got destroyed in the last cutscene, but you know. Magic shenanigans. This time we are prepping for Sonhi to do some work for us. Stamina and XX yourself. Sonhi just starts going for damage. Send it back to Kiryu. For a second 4-shine. An essence of Dragon God to deal with the riffraff. Namba, you just rose. Don't need to guard that, but I did anyway. He's already weak to electricity, but what if he was weak even further? Kiwami onto Nanba. This should hopefully be the end of Narasaki. Ah, so close. Not too shabby. All right. So it's going to be a hot second before we go back to Japan, though. Now things are getting a little bit serious over in Hawaii. Finding out that the cult has a whole island to themselves that they've been keeping secret.
Welcome.
Buy 2 of those and an Inferno Knuckle for something that's going to happen later. I got to do one quick trip to Hawaiian Haunt. Not for anything here, but so that we can get skill inheritance. Adachi can get arrest back. Here, Ichi. That wind sneakers, military insoles, transcendent. Tomi gets Yakuza training gear and the prestige. Adachi gets an optimize. He gets money and the money and item drop rate. And Chitose gets optimize, happy lay, and ankle weights. Gets the Plasmax back. Over to the docks. So now that things have gone awry, literally everyone, every single one is a part of the cult. Polycom, that's the word. That's the name of the cult members. We don't have to worry about Chitose's damage in this fight because our chef can arrest people. It's a citizen's arrest now for Adachi. Although Adachi wasn't actually an officer either anymore. He wasn't an officer in the last game. They're all citizen's arrests. Yeah, it's a one. It has the land, which only high agility enemies have a chance of even evading. Now begins our second Hawaii big, long trip across the world. Now we have smoke bombs to evade some of these fights, but as much as possible, I'm probably just going to be trying to save load because it's faster. Hi, TJ. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the good luck. Things already went pretty awry, but we're gonna close it out. Get myself more practice. Because I know I need it. I need the practice. As well as to put on a good show for the lovely folks, the folks for the GDQ submission video. Yeah, I'm very out of practice in the early game. All the stuff that I've done recently has all been or out of practice in the late game. The early game, I've got a much better handle on. I was a good 5 minutes ahead, and that was even with terrible, terrible movement on my part. Oh, now we get to see something that I love. That was just very silly that I liked seeing when TJ was doing his run. Is that hopefully, if this fight doesn't engage with us from miles away, is that this fight up ahead is a real pain in the butt. But if we just get its attention, do a little loop-de-loop. Haha! Got him! I almost always have to save up here, though. Yeah, we'll have to because of the enemies here. No, don't exit. I love that little group. I love that little loop-de-loop. It's very silly. What a mess of enemies. We're trying to avoid all of them. Man, this cult thing is getting out of hand. They have way too many people on their team. Yeah, if you take a wide berth out to the street there, you don't have to worry about hitting anything. Sir, where are you going? Watch where you're going. My street surfer doesn't have a horn. I can't honk at you. This fight is always unavoidable. Have to get that one out of the way. I should be able to pass by this one with no problems. No, not this one though. I might have to smoke bomb. Come on, hit the cutscene. Yes! Haha! Made it. Always a pain in the butt. That was good though. That was pretty clean. Except for some sloppy menuing. But look who's joined us. The one who's wearing something incredibly hot. Just like, sir, you do know you're in Hawaii. You're in the tropics. Why are you wearing a trash can or a trash bag? That can't be nice and cool. Wait, no. It's to here. But Jungi-han's joined the party, and Jungi-han, just like in Yakuza 7, is going to join the party and never leave. He's so very powerful. We need him to get a certain bond level, though. So we're going to do that for the future. Then we go to the blacksmith and do some more crafting. Inbuilt AC, yeah. Craft, material exchange, hitman, just the cleat knuckles, and the happy spatula we don't need anymore. Weapon upgrades, the prestige, as high as we can get it. Ooh, that's low. That's really low, actually. Should be fine, but that is very low. Jungi-han gets in optimize, he gets the battle boots, he gets the champion's ring, and Kiryu's military and souls. Party edit, get Chitose in. Over to revolve. Yeah, at this point, I will definitely need some commentary helpers because there's just so much to remember in the late game. There's so much to remember in the late game that a lot of my mental power is just going into remembering. And we're off to District 5 yet again because we found out that the Barracuda might in fact know what's up here. And also, if you didn't know, Jungi-han's very good. Listen, that is understandable, TJ. It is not a cheap endeavor to visit a GDQ just because it's expensive to travel anywhere. But it's a fun time. I've been to many. Yeah, I definitely would need some assistance in some of the later stages. It's just a lot to keep track of and keep me on point. Oh, nice. But yeah, Jungi-han joins our party and is immediately incredibly powerful. Just very powerful. We got Ichi fast and doing the summons, but then Jungi-han just cleans up after that. And also, for whatever reason, Essence of Trick Shot, like, I don't know if it's on purpose, but it like breaks guards and does extra damage rather than reduce damage. I don't understand it. Like, that was not supposed to instantly kill. Also, yeah, we do have a piece of equipment on Jungi-han that lowers his HP by 200, but it does increase his damage substantially. It's very, very good. Increased 4 shine, because these guys have so much HP. Oh, they didn't group up. That might not hit. Okay, it did. Not too bad. And Chitose can finish this off. They've been really holding out on us in the Barracuda area. Why couldn't we get this when we were here in Chapter 4? Why could they not give us this in Chapter 4? It would be very useful to have a 10% increasing piece of armor all the way back then.
準備完了
よしやるぜ
Huh. I didn't even know that.
さらにお役に立ちましょう
I wasn't trying that before when I was trying other ways to finish them off. But yeah, Poison Shot is a very, very powerful ability for Jungihan. And we got to make sure that we don't fall. If we fall in these ones, they are fights that give a lot more experience and money and stuff like that, but they are slower. If you do them both, it's like a minute slower. But it does give a good chunk more XP and stuff, which is nice, but we don't particularly need it for the Hawaii side of things. The Hawaii side, for whatever reason, is just very lucky that they don't have to grind at all. Which is very nice. Grab this for upgrading our stuff later.
体のキレがいいですんうわ
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I need to update in my notes, especially around like chapter 12.
センター準備
I know that one of my menus is wrong
やるぜ
because Saiko ended up with trying to have, or is not supposed to have Yakuza training gear for the 3Jimas fight. But does for whatever reason in my notes.
Didn't think you'd make it this far.
Neither did I. It's a long speed run. Honestly, it's pretty encouraging. Cause so this is a long speed run. No, well, this is awkward. He's gonna get some extra turns now.
全力でいくよ
Normally, this guy wouldn't survive.
攻めますよ
Normally, this guy would not survive, but the targeting system said Ichi gets a muscle soda today, so
調子がいいぜ行くぜ
he gets some turns. That's okay then. Just a bit of a wasted muscle soda. Yeah, that was one thing that definitely it needed an improvement in Yakuza 7.
気分だぜ
Quite disappointing that it did not get improved upon. That the targeting system is identical to what it was in Like a Dragon. And it was not great in Like a Dragon. Well, we survived the Chainsaw Man. We have to still get further. Now it looks like we're about to enter an underground harbor, which is how they must ferry people back and forth to their private secret little island that they have sequestered away. Get some more upgrade materials because again, Tomi is not very strong right now.
よしやるぜ
これが俺のまた強くなっち
吸
ゃった
収が早いの
さら
ね
にお役に立ちましょう
Oh, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Got one more save before we start dealing with some more boss fights. Alright, gear, Ichi, optimize, pirate boots, you need Tomi's ankle weights, and the Yakuza training gear. Tomi needs an optimized Cheeto says, Lolita shoes. Need jeweled bracelet and military insole. Optimize tactical boots. Jungihan gets transcendent. And give a couple
い
drinks.
けるな
Yep, I don't need to save. Oh, hey, Dwight's back.
よっしゃ行くぜ
私の番ですかわせますかね仕留める
Jungihan is very strong.
私の出番
Nice. Muscle soda onto Tomi, because Tomi's going to be doing some good work this fight. Dwight is weak to Kazumi, so we deal with that real quick. Deal with a good amount of riffraff that he starts the fight with. Oh, the guitar goes so hard in this song. I love it. Dwight needs some damage. Dwight needs some more damage. Pushes him to spawn other allies, the barrel enemies. I should hopefully hit a lot. Not too shabby. Before those guys get a turn, here comes in Ichi with another summon. Should hopefully finish him off here. Oh! And get him with the barrel. Pretty solid. Now with that, we've got our route out to their secret island secure. From here, we need to unlock the docks taxi. One more quick run, but while we're on the way, it's conveniently one of the things that we can get Jungi Han to the level that we need to, and then from here we gear Ichi. You need speed. Oh, this needed to be Tomi's. Tomi, you get the silver bracelet. Jungi Han, you get the dragon's binding. You heal. Okay. We defeated a boss of this chapter. We are not quite done yet, though. Jungi Han, this is what I screwed up in my PB, is that I forgot to talk to Jungi Han. We don't need any of the personality traits, but we do want is tag team unlocked. Very, very important tag team. Also, the reason we did a menu heal earlier was because this actually does not heal. This does not heal us for whatever reason. I should probably change some of these to phone fast travels. Because some of those where it's all the way across the Hawaii map probably are just faster to phone menu than scroll all the way over. But we're not done with Dwight just yet. Look who's back and like 5 levels stronger. So now we have to have a completely different strat. Also, there's some sharks. Boosted Kazumi to take out all the riffraff. We gotta prep Tomi to be doing all the damage for this fight. Yeah, totally normal size sharks. Let's put Dwight into the cutscene. Yeah, with normal shark behavior. Yeah, sharks are absolutely this aggressive. They'll circle a boat in the water. Oh, sorry about this, Dwight. Luckily, they only did a little nibble on him. Now he should summon some allies. which is very convenient for us. They actually can and will. Hey, and those allies are back. Oh, we got some lurking sharks. Huh? Those allies are back just in time for another Kazumi. Would you look at that? Muscle Soda onto Tomi. But gets one turn. Okay. Hello? Sir? Oh, sharks are taking their sweet time. Oh, Dwight. You made a mistake. You made a mistake. You made a mistake and guarded. Oh, you fool. And I am quite weak because that didn't kill, but this will. Yeah, where did the backup come from? How did they get back onto the ship from nowhere? Now Ichi's back in Japan for just a little bit. Well, come on. Will you go to the taxi? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Refill our muscle sodas. Go to Pink Street entrance. Oh my god. My menuing. My menuing, please. It's so bad. Nope, not that way. It's front right, not back left. Literally the opposite direction. Luckily these guys are nice and easy. Let's go to Tenkaichi Street because we still have one thing that we need to do, and that is while we're here and it carries over across chapters, Ichi's also hungry for an agility meal. So we followed Yamai back to Japan because Yamai was closing out loose ends. Okay. Here we go. On to the finale, which you'd think we might be like very close to the end. We have a long way to go. We still have a long way to go. This finale is two finales, actually. We have to close out Hawaii and we have to close out Japan. Hawaii has to deal with the cult leader, take them out. And Japan has to deal with Ebina and the Seiryu clan. How long? About... not an hour. It's like 50 minutes, probably. But before we go on through that, we gotta have Ichi talk to our party members. And then talk to Sayako, who he hasn't even talked to in a year. Hopefully I have enough crafting materials. My crafting materials have been extremely low this run. Luckily, it has only really mattered in a couple fights with Sonhee. Now we're back in Hawaii and we're about to close things out. But before we do that, we gotta use whatever upgrade materials we got.
いらっしゃい。
Craft, hosts. Nope, not that. Host, prestige. Use everything you got. Oh, that's bad.
念入りに手入れしといたよ。また来てよ。
Yeah, my stuff is very low. Tactical boots and accessories. We need a value pack, insoles, and ankle weights. Cheetos it needs an optimized, needs the champion ring and the superpower ring. And Tomy needs ankle weights. Yakuza training gear. And win sneakers. Party edit. Needed to swap their order. And off to the pier to get on that island. Is it random drops from fights? Yes.
What are you looking at?
Yes, our crafting materials are all random fight drops, which is pretty rough.
Oh,
Also, totally normal sized shark. Absolutely normal sized shark. We don't have to be
こんな
concerned.
化け物どうしろっつうんだよ。
どうするもこうするもやるしか。
And for this fight, we are going to buff up Chitose to be able to close it out. Muscle soda onto Chitose.
全力で行くよ。
As we mentioned how strong Shadow Clone Jutsu is, and even with a level 42 instead of 50 weapon, still does a good chunk of damage. Just to make sure we're doing enough.
どぎついの行くぜ。
Mix in some battery storms as well. Drop his defenses further. Quickness lemon onto Chitose. I had to make sure that I was hitting Chitose instead of Tomy.
任せといて。覚悟。任務。分身の術。
And if we weren't so low on damage, that would have finished off the fight. But we are incredibly low on damage. This is why we have Tomy going fast enough for backup. Yeesh. Yeah, we do not have good damage right now, which is very concerning for the boss fights coming up. It shouldn't be a problem until the final boss fight, in which case I'm probably going to have to do some stupid strats.
I'll teach you some respect.
どうした行くぜ。
ついてこれますかね。
Luckily for us, all the Palicana enemies, we are still under-leveled for what we need to be, but almost all the Palicana enemies are weak to ice. Luckily, we have an ice summon. Gear, Ichi, you need tactical boots. Tomy needs an optimize and the pirate boots. Junkihan needs an optimize and the battle boots, and he also needs champion's ring and superpower ring because Chitose is not going to be doing any damage for the rest of this speedrun. But she does still need XP. She needs to be on par with our team.
さあ、行きますか。
But yeah, the only reason we are outspeeding these first fights because again we are 4 levels below is because of that agility drink that we got. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Now, for whatever reason, they put down mines. We have to... Oops! I didn't mean to do that. Luckily, this fight is just another instant one with the Kazumi, but we don't have to do that fight. We can skip that fight because we would go down here. This would reset the bosses or their aggro, and then we would just run past and they wouldn't trigger. Luckily, it's very, very fast to not do it. This next fight is skippable. It's very tricky, but it is skippable.
What are you looking at?
Have to make it to the mine. Nope. I don't know exactly the right line to do there. There is a perfect line there that you can get on, and you can hit that landmine before the fight triggers, and it'll blow you out of the area where they actually fight you in, so you can skip it. It's not consistent though. Only 2. That's not too bad. Party edit. Only for Adachi. Because Adachi has one more fight left in him.
Hey, wait a minute. You already know what time it is.
Because these guys have a lot of HP. And you know what we like to do for our high HP enemies? We like to have our resident chef arrest them. And there we go. These guys have way too much HP.
Ready for a beatdown?
There is a way that we can do that fight without arresting. Excuse me, without arresting, but it does take a lot of money to do. Because we have to do 2 boosted Kazumi usages, and Ichi has to do some extra damage here and there. It is not ideal. It's not an ideal fight. Now we've made it to the encampment. It doesn't seem so bad here. You could hardly believe it's even a cult if you just look at here. But it is. It sure still is. Lolita shoes. You need a jeweled bracelet. Junki Han gets an optimized. She does it. Gets an optimized. You get the opposite training gear, and you do the hired boots. And you're just like, hey, just go in this shed. We have a kid that we stole from someone else here. Don't worry about the fact that the kid is still here. And then they light it on fire with us in it. Oh. Nice random explosion in the background. Helped me save 1 attack there. And now we powered up Jungi Han, because Jungi Han's great. And this is why we had our... We cannot take 2 of those, so we can't take 2 of those lightning strikes, so that's why we wanted Tomi out in front. And Jungi Han gets 2 turns here. Hopefully, I should hit all 3. Beautiful.
任せといて
And a crit. And a crit, which does mean I should be able to just do another trick shot instead of having to deal with a little bit of animation from poison shot. Beautiful.
また強くなこれが俺の真骨頂よ
さらにお役に立ちましょう
また成長吸収が早いのよね
Come on, Ichi, move. Yeah, those guys are jerks. Just lighting up a barn while we're in it. Incredibly rude. Who could believe that they'd be willing to do something like that?
Ready for a beatdown?
さあ行きますか私の出番ね
Nope. Oh, that guy went too far over. I don't have enough NP for 2 of those. So you just get the spread. Luckily, I think negative status effects don't carry on. But doing the trick shot instead of using a summon there saves 10 million yen, which is very nice. Hallucinogenic.
よし
I probably don't have to charge up Tomi as much here. Actually, let's just do it for fun. Will this kill? It honestly could have if I was a little drunk. Well, let's just get a little bit of money.
私の出番ね覚悟
That's probably a faster way of doing that instead of doing another substitution jutsu. We need gear, Ichi. You get an optimized Tomi. You get silver bracelets. Jungihan, you get the tactical boots. Chitose, you get the wizard boots. And you get the dragon's binding over training gear. We desperately need a heal because we fought a giant shark. Not the strangest thing we're fighting. Not the strangest thing we get to fight in this speedrun. We also have a giant squid. And this squid will take our party members away from us if those tentacles get a turn, but we're not going to let that happen.
触手の動きなんかやばくねえかこっちをし
And this guy is not weak to basically anything. So we're going to make him weak to fire. And we're going to sing him a little song. Dropping his agility, which gives us lots more turns to do damage. And for some reason, always targets Chitose. Which is why we increased her HP and gave her magic resisting gear. And also Soda Tomi, because Tomi is our primary damage dealer here. Yeah, the deep sea creature isn't resistant to ice. We rose. Our strongest damaging move. Good chunk of damage there. Jungihan is a point-blank machine. Now he does the ink burst, which is perfectly fine. Some party members might be blind, but that won't matter because of magic. Can't miss. That gets us most of the way, and we're lucky. Why can't I menu this rocket? Oh, that's unfortunate. Also, Jungi Han is a little slow. That's unfortunate. That loses like 15 seconds. Yeah, Jungi Han was slow there. That's interesting. But we're out of there.
また強くなこれが俺の真骨頂よ。
さらにお役に立ちましょう。
Giant Leviathan defeated. Oh, wow. Everyone leveled there? Oh, everyone leveled there because of my weird XP. Because I took an extra
当て
fight.
てみるか。やったぜ。
Grab the knight armor for very good defense as we're going into our final fights of the Hawaii side. Yeah, if they all aim Jungi Han in this fight, it can actually be kind of dangerous. Because there are enemies that will go faster than us no matter how fast we are. They're incredibly fast. Luckily, Tomi's taking these like a boss. That should hopefully hit all of them. Oh, come on. Rude. I got hit in the corner. All right. Final big menu before the boss. Ichi. Optimize value pack over Transcendent. Tomi gets the Wind Sneakers. Jungi Han gets military insoles over superpower. And he gets the Iron Gloves. He cannot be having minus 200 HP anymore. We get Transcendent insoles and value pack insoles. Wind Sneakers. Hit up a heal. Save because this fight's terrifying. If everything goes according to plan, this fight shouldn't be terrifying. It should be mostly formulaic. But if it doesn't go according to plan, it's terrifying. Hello, cult leader, who's apparently like 100 years old. I forgot to mention that part. I don't even think the game really mentions that part that much. He's just like 100 and he looks like he's 50. These fights follow a very specific set of things that I need to do. Jungi Han, you, Essence of Mirror Image, Ramos? Yeah, this is awkward. Jungi Han normally does not outspeed Chitose. Kazumi. Essence of Rolling Mixer. And we have one turn. We give it to none other than Tomi. He gives us a champagne wave. And we wave goodbye to that guy. One fight down. Also, this cult really does like killing its own allies. It's very not cool. Okay, now Chitose is going first like she's supposed to. We will likely not be fast enough with Ichi, but we won't know that until it's past this. This is a 4 shine. By the way, summons get more expensive as we go on. We need this. Could you select Tomy, please, and thank you. Ram gets the hit. Oh my gosh. We have a perfect start on our hands. We just need Battery Storm to hit them all. Which I think we got. Cool, baby. We got a perfect start on our hands. We didn't take any damage, which is rare. Which means we get to start doing some extra damage, which is good. Or we get to do one more turn of setup, which is very, very good. Because we need everything we can get. Okay, we need to go to Ichi first. We need to get rid of these ads, and this is why we got Jungi Han's tag team. Because this boosts us for the whole fight. It's not a turn of... Just making sure that he's topped off. And we violin, because we want to slow Bryce down drastically. He's a very fast enemy. And now we got to start charging up. Start weakening him down. Boosting Tomy. 4 days. That's honestly very good, because that means we can just heal this. Essence of Champagne Wave. Good 7,000 damage right off the gate there. We aren't done yet. Go in for round 2. Weaken him further. This is gonna hurt a lot, but that's okay. I'm just gonna heal Tomy. Which is a good thing I did, because he would have died. Muscle Soda onto Tomy. One last hallucinogenic, our last one in our inventory. And with that, this is as much damage as we can possibly muster on a single ally. And that kicks him into his final phase, which is basically just desperation, and we have nothing to worry about. This fight is over. That was a great fight. That was a perfect fight. It's a flawless fight. And just because it was so flawless, gonna mix up some champagne. That was a perfect fight. That was a perfect Bryce fight. Literally nothing went wrong there. Now we're back into the second half of the finale. We're not done quite yet.
いらっしゃいませ。
Weapon upgrades. We need host. We need this. Maxed out. And put on brand. We need Seal of Flames. And we need Kunoichis. Maxed out. It won't be maxed out. Ah! So close.
ありがとう。
Shouldn't matter. Gear, Kiryu. Shoes. Reverie. Transcendent and a Tiger Belt. Nanba gets an Optimize. Gets Jeweled Bracelets. Gets Prestige. Gets Pirate Boots. Gets the Rainbow Hat. Sunny gets an Optimize. Gets Plasmax back. She gets Champion's Ring and the Yakuza training gear. Psycho gets an Optimize. Gets ankle weights. Gets value pack insoles. Gets tactical boots. Knight armor. Crimson hat. Zhao, we still need more money, sir. But we don't need any item drops anymore. Quick travel out to Kamurocho. So that we can get our agility meal yet again. Makes the opening fights of this set piece very manageable.
いらっしゃいませ。
This might not actually be worth it anymore. It might be worth it to do XP here, or an XP meal here.
ありがとう。
But I could be wrong. Restock our muscle sodas. Head on up to Park Boulevard. For an extra fight here, this I worked in because it can be this final boss can be absolutely brutal, and this fight gives us an extra transcendent insole. Another accessory that gives plus 30 agility, which is massive. And we couldn't do this earlier because we didn't have Essence of Dragon God. This is the only way that we can clean up this fight in a reasonable time. No, not Kiryu. I'm just gonna have to hope this kills. I don't think it does. Ah, so close. Item, Torner, Kiryu. Here, Sonhee now needs to get her ankle weights. She doesn't need the damage for now. Back to Ijincho. And over to start our final set piece. Oh boy. Set piece is not very dangerous. I kind of, with how everything I have routed out, it's perfectly fine. The set piece can be pretty smooth until the final boss. And the final boss is a big asterisk. Because the final boss would just ruin all of my plans. Boosted Kazumi to start off. We entered rush phase so that we could take care of those guys. Doesn't even matter if he guarded. and Kiryu has just enough. Sony went really fast. Kiryu has just enough MP to do this twice. King's Claw. Let's hit a chainsaw. Kiryu, you go again. Just enough MP to use it twice. Now we enter this fight. These two enemies are too fast. Oh, don't put him to sleep, you punk. That's unfortunate. I don't think I'm gonna have enough. I should be. One muscle soda should be enough. Don't think I need the increased damage from the drunk boost, but I could be wrong. Also, it's a good substitution. Should hopefully mean that. Nope. We have to aim for the one behind. Should hopefully finish. Oh. Good kick. Good kick. Yeah, you do need the drunk. Item. Torner. Here, Nanba, you need the Psycho's ink weights. Psycho, you get speed. And it wouldn't be a final part of a Yakuza game if we didn't go to the Millennium Tower yet again. We gotta fight our way up to the top. Many of these fights will end just like that. Nice, quick, easy ones. This upcoming one is absolutely not. This upcoming one puts us on a time limit as soon as the fight begins. As that time limit is this. He casts Doom on our whole party. And it whiffed everyone. Amazing. It's very rare to have everyone whiff it. Second 4 shine. But yeah, I forgot to mention that, yeah, because summons get more and more expensive to use as you use it in a fight. We basically only have 2 uses. Nice fight. Didn't even give him a turn. Get Nanba's best piece of armor right there. We would get Sayako's best piece of armor, but she honestly doesn't need it. Like, we could get it. She doesn't need it. These next 2 fights are skippable, but I am trying to get to I'm trying to get everyone to level 46 by the time we reach the top and reach the final boss. Because if we reach 46, it means that the final boss will be significantly easier to manage. Didn't mean to burning arrow. Oh, just Psycho, just zooming. This is what I meant to do. Ignore that first thing I did.
見とれないで
またいい男になっちゃった。
Luckily, we are going to be taking 3 fights that are optional in this set piece. But they are all very fast. They are all just either one summon or one summon in essence of Dragon God. Very, very manageable fights.
私の番見せてあげる
No. That's wrong. Wait, I didn't even have to do a substitution at all. Yeesh. I'm getting flustered. I didn't have to do a substitution there. This is the one that I have to do a substitution.
どうしよっかな容赦しない
So we need to buff up so that we can take down all of the enemies before they get a turn. Muscle Soda Nanba. Nanba is going to take down the rest of the HP on this enemy. But he needs as much assistance as we can offer. Man, this guy's got a lot of HP. And unfortunately, that bleed costs us a few seconds every single time. And we do just enough damage with this high prestige. Stamina and XX onto Kiryu, and then we head on through. Up to a very satisfying looking fight, but a very easy fight. Yeah, Sayako's best armor is right there to the side. There's just no reason for me to get it. The whole clan's back together. All of them fighting side by side. And by fighting side by side, I mean Majima only gets a turn because he's fast. Because otherwise we just do this. If only Kiryu was slightly faster. Four shine. Yeah, this is also why we had, even though we are at the end of the game, we still need the money increasing armor on Zhao. Because we have so much money to spend. Our first summon usage is 500,000 yen. Our second usage is 10 million. It gets expensive very fast if we want to keep using 2 summons in a fight. Also, everyone just got punched. That guy's dead. What the hell, Maj? I mean, you're a mad dog, but still. Seemed excessive. Nanba, silver bracelet. Shoot. And Turner. Music's getting epic. Approaching the top of the tower. Ooh. It's getting stressful because I already know what's coming up. These fights, I've made them very consistent. I think there's methods by which we can do to make them not as 100% consistent. Because I'm doing a lot of substitution to just do whatever is best, but that is a little slow to do things that way. Many of these enemies are resistant to fire. That's why I'm transferring to beast mode, because beast mode actually increases your ability damage just a bit.
容赦しない。
調子出てきたぜ。
I don't think he's guarding. Stand up. Stand up. And we have 3 party members to level 46, which is good. Which means this next fight honestly might not have been necessary, but we're gonna do it. Because we want to make sure that Saiko hits 46 as well. She's not quite there, so we still needed it. It's faster to just run through it, I think. Do spend a lot of time on the ground, but oh shoot, I need to do a menu. Gear Nanba, you need to ankle weight trick to lower your MP. Sonhee, no ankle weight for Devas. Need that, and a Torrenter. Didn't need a Torrenter because he got the level up. That's way too far behind. I can't skip this one. Grab a premium first aid kit in case something goes terribly wrong in the final boss, which is probable. On this final fight before the final boss is a colossal pain in the butt if it goes wrong. Luckily, I've got a very consistent strategy. It's not a very fast strategy. It's a lot of substitution jutsu, but all these guys have so much HP. No process. We're good. We're good. Beast mode boosted for shine. Essence of Dragon God. Hey, Kiryu. That was pretty neat. Do it again. We pass it over to Nanba. Hopefully those two stay by each other. Nanba can take them out. And I don't think Sonhee is powerful enough to take them out. This last one out on her own. One final rose and we're out of it. Now we're at the top. One final menu. Optimize. You need that military armor that we got all the way back so long ago. Military insoles. Nanba gets an optimize. He gets the bracelet. And he gets the Lolita shoes. Sonhee gets the Champion's Ring, and Saiko's Transcendent Insoles. She gets the Tactical Boots and the Kitty Ear Headband. Saiko, you get Wind Sneakers and you get Military Insoles. Item CC Lemon, Namba, because we can't have him starting off drunk in this fight. Otherwise things won't go correctly. Safety save. Because now begins the final boss. If no shenanigans happen and we get a little lucky on Sonhee and she gets a free agility increase, this fight is free. Mostly free. If we don't get that, we're gonna have to play it by ear and hope that things don't just fly off the rails. Because Ebina is infuriating. Ebina is fast, does a lot of status effects, and a ton of damage, all at the same time. He's a final boss, that's for sure, and if we are able to be fast enough and everything, it should not be too much of a concern. Start with the slower of Kiryu and Saiko. Give him a little playful splash. Rush mode Kiryu. Boosted 4 shine. We're hoping for an agility increase on Sonhee. Quickness Lemon to Sonhee. Yes. Okay. We should have this. Should be free unless he does pierce the Muldahara. Okay, that's good. And we make sure to have Namba right in Ebina's face because he should do a Guilty Conscience straight into Namba. Those of Samsara is acceptable. And we get Kiryu's turn again. Another 4 shine. And we do a resurgence so we can break his guard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12. It's a little bit of extra tagging damage. Hopefully I can get a knockback into a wall with this. Nice. This should hopefully be a kill. Not a kill, but second phase. Yes! Perfect. Perfect first phase. Let's go. This is why we do a level 4, or this is why my current strat has level 46 for Ebina. Level 45 and Ebina outspeeds us at the beginning. And we have to deal with absolute hell in trying to get him to cooperate. Level 46, we outspeed and we can manage. Use that fruit cup. Use an intoxication. We have to muscle soda Namba, because Namba is going to be doing our damage for the second phase. Second phase is weak to fire and ice. That is Nanba's territory. This first move is gonna hurt a lot. Hits every single party member for like 700-ish damage. This is why we get the tag team from Saiko. Gets us right back in tip-top shape. We need some alcohol. Now, Namba needs 3 turns. That was the wrong move. We need 4 turns with Namba. That was not what I was supposed to do. Although I don't know his drunk level, it's not showing. Which means he could very well be getting fully drunk with this. I hope he doesn't. Nope, it's just one. Okay. I should still have enough magic. Yeah. Oh, he's guarding. Shoot. Just in case. He's gonna charge himself up again. Yeah, things are a bit off the rails now. Do I have another muscle soda? I do. I need to keep that active. Intoxication, and hopefully with 2 turns. Hopefully, will you still have it? Yes, you still have it. I don't think this will kill, but we should be able to just do 1 more turn with Nanba. Because yeah, I was not supposed to tag team early. He's not guarding. Nanba should still have. He doesn't have the magic increase, but that shouldn't matter. This should be it. I messed up. I shouldn't have done the tag team early. But with Kiryu's turn next, we are done. Terrifying. I messed that up, and that lost me like a minute. Almost. We have 1 final QTE as Kiryu's the absolute boss. Stopping a blade with his hand. And time. Oh, man. An absolute journey of a speedrun. But yeah, if Ebina gets any extra turns in that first phase, it's a mess. It is an absolute mess to be able to heal and do everything to get it back on the track. Second phase is very manageable. We luckily didn't get paralyzed from any of his moves in second phase, but oh man. Yeah, that is the speedrun for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Pretty, kind of still pretty sloppy on my part. I had a lot of practice going into the first half of the run and then just dropped a lot of it in the second half because I'm out of practice. But I hope you enjoyed it. I like this speedrun, and we still have so much more potential for improvements. Like, all of my late game fights are all very, like, 100% consistent, but they are all very slow. Which is not what we ideally want. I still need to see what TJ has done to speed up the second half of the game. Because there's a lot. There's a lot that can be sped up. But yeah. I hope you enjoyed the run. Have a good review of all them GDQ submissions, and yeah, take care. Okay, and that's where I'll stop it for for today. Yeesh. We got the run down pat, but man, yeah, losing, what was it, like 6 minutes to the 3 Jimas was not how I wanted to spend chapter 12. That was rough. It was very rough. And then just kind of sloppy in the second half in general, just because I'm out of practice and I need to see what I can do to clean up my notes and stuff. Because yeah, there's something in chapter 12 that is off. Yeah, the final bosses went well. There's something off with my equip. That Psycho should have Yakuza training gear. And then she gets Yakuza Training Gear and Fairy Lay, and then she puts Transcendent Insoles over the Fairy Lay. I think it's just that nah, she probably shouldn't have Yakuza Training Gear during 3Jima fight. Yeah, actually, yes, she does. She needs that. It's just that my note's wrong that I need to not say to equip the Yakuza Training Gear because she's already got it. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate it. There's a lot that I need to improve. I just need to get better in my first half of the run, but it felt kind of despite some like rough early fights and stuff, it was a pretty solid first 9 chapters. It's after that where things just went to crap, where the grind was terrible and fights went awry and everything like that. But still, I'm very. It was a solid run. We still under 6.5 hours, so still pretty solid. 6.5 is probably what I'll submit it as. Because yeah, as well as man, trying to come up with lots of commentary for things to say on the game for 6.5 hours straight. It's not easy. I would definitely need one commentator at least for for a GDQ run if that comes in. Because man, it's a lot. It's a lot to think through, and the end game especially is just like, I need to focus. These fights need to go exactly as I planned, or things go bad. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate it. I've got to get this clipped out ASAP. I got to get this clipped out as soon as possible because GDQ submissions end in like 8 hours. Or 9 hours. GDQ submissions end in like 9 hours. So I need to get this clipped out, saved, and submitted. So yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'm not going to be doing any run stuff next week because I've got my parents visiting. Call you first, though? I will. And we'll do exactly that. I won't do any speedrun stuff next week because I got my parents visiting. But then after that, I need to keep up the practice because come Sunday, October 27th? Yes, Sunday, October 27th, I'll be doing another run for GDQ Hotfix over on their channel. So I need to make sure I am staying well practiced because there's a lot. And I need to reach out to some people for potential commentary for that run. But yeah, thank you so much, Aaron, for hanging out. Let's go raid. Who's live? Let's go say hi to Mr. Pink. Is that how I spell it? Mr. spelled out? It sure is. Let's go say hi to Mr. Pig. Just a lovely folk doing some, what is it, Monster Hunter? Yeah, doing some Monster Hunter World. He's a chill guy. Go hang out, spread some love. But yeah, thank you so much. Have yourselves a wonderful night, and go eat some love on over to Pig. Goodbye. 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 Get this started quick, and then we'll let you out, Riza. Go for a walk right away. We'll just go for a walk right away. Started quick.